So I went out for a little while, as mentioned, and I'm back. It was not too late, and I did not do much, but it was so worth the view and life in general, right? So tonight on the board, I didn't actually write them down. Give me 1 second. Let me put their names up so I can reference it, even though they're typed here. Let's just take our ad break first. Okay, I've written their names on the board. I feel really good though. So yeah, I went out, didn't do much. Got some Halloween stuff in. So I forgot to light some incense too. Okay, so first thing. Oh no, that's a rough rider's roll. It's just like going through my head right now. So backtrack. The other day, I was with my cousin, and I think she brought up Gangster's Paradise. You know, she's close with death, but not into necromancy like I am, right? She gets it. She's like, when Coolio said, "Am I gonna make it past?" I think he says 23. No, I think he says 25 in the song, but it was 23 in real life. She brought up a reference to Gangster's Paradise. And I was like, yeah, dude, listening to that song makes me emotional sometimes because it's like he literally was just this like young 20 something and was in an industry and living a life to which, it could have been taken from him for a myriad of reasons at any given time. That it was a genuine fear that he was speaking on, that he didn't think he'd make it to a certain age. And to me myself be past the age he references and to realize how young that is, because when you hear it as a kid you don't think, right? But having made it here, you're like, wow, that's so sad that he felt that way, but oh my god, how relieving that he's in his 50s now. So we had this conversation, and that night turns out he was dead. R.I.P. Coolio. Like, I mean, I can't just never talk about anything ever again, right? Similar experience with Anthony Bourdain. I feel like I should have had him on my list, and I am going to last minute add him to the list. Because that was another kind of interesting one where I was burying a theoretical spirit baby, right? Not physically burying a baby, but there was a baby, and I was having like a proper funeral, aesthetically or spiritually, like I said, laying it to rest. And my friend that was with me was like, well, do you, kind of have a name? And I said, well, baby daddy would have been such and such, so Junior. She's like, no, his own name. And first thing I heard was Anthony, which makes sense that like it kind of runs in my family. So it's like, yeah, if we would have had that baby, it probably would have been Anthony. And then I woke up that day, because this was like late in the night, right? So I woke up that day, Anthony Bourdain, man, died. I was like August something 4 years ago. Going to 5. Yeah, it was pretty fucking wild. So that's like the second time that's happened, and I feel like I owe Anthony Bourdain a conversation. So funny and weird, right? Yeah, this list is a lot, and I don't know if I'm gonna make it through like all of them really realistically. We're just gonna keep it moving, keep going, kind of thing, you know. And I didn't want to cross. I was trying to do check marks instead of crossing people off my list, but they're all dead. So honestly, it's just a lot easier to read for me because it's already so damn messy. If I just like can cross them off to kind of see where we're at. So tonight, because Frida picked Friday, which was last night, you can watch the stream. It's in parts, but it's all one stream. We got disconnected at some point in the evening. So basically, I feel like we've only had a few nights, but we've gotten through a good chunk of people. So because Frida picked Friday, I was like, hey, who do we put on Saturday? And first thought was DMX, Coolio, Agatha Christie. Now, that sounds like a weird combo. I mentioned this briefly on stream the other night, where it was like, when I realized that I was going to have to double up because I was not inevitably going to do this for 31 days straight, because there are days I want to take off. I kind of went through the list and was seeing who could talk, you know, because Mac Miller was like, yo, I would love to talk to Curtis Mayfield. And I was like, that's a cool idea. I was like, who else? You know, so I got down the list, and DMX, recognizing the list, was like, you know, if I could talk to anyone, I would talk to my brother. In Christ, not in Christ. I'll talk to my brother Coolio. Like, that would be my choice. And so I came back up to Coolio, and I was like, what do you think of that? Who would you choose? And I did this next to Richard Pryor's name for some reason. He may have made a joke about it. I don't know what happened. But I was channeling. So I like made this intense dot right here, and I'm like asking Coolio, who would you talk to if you could talk to anybody? And I think that's why it was next to Richard Pryor, because it's like anyone on the list, probably Richard Pryor. But anyone not on the list or otherwise, yeah. His answer was Agatha Christie. I wrote it down. Hello. I wrote down Agatha Christie next to that, you know, and I was like, who the fuck is that? I thought it was that Lady Bird actress. It's definitely not. It's like a murder mystery novelist. So, like, low-key, maybe secretly, Coolio had a thing for Agatha Christie novels. And, like, that was this weird, like, yeah, I don't know why. Like, I knew her name well enough to know her name, but I didn't know who the fuck she was. And she wrote mystery novels. The Mysterious Affair at Styles, The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, Death on the Nile, The Mysterious Affair, this is the same thing, Orient Express. So she wrote... Wait, she disappeared? Wow. She was okay. So no wonder he wanted to talk to Agatha fucking Christie. What the fuck is this? She was later found at a hotel in Yorkshire, England, registered under a different name and with no memory of her last 11 days. Christie's own autobiography makes no mention of her disappearance, and what happened during her time away is still largely a mystery. Now I see why you'd want to talk to Agatha Christie. What an interesting and delightful choice when you think about it. That is incredible. I love that. So that's how we got the lineup we did. Then I realized, here's the thing. The guys requested, like, I've been trying to, not necessarily an offering, but they are still the deceased, so an offering. I've been taking requests. Rita requested red wine last night, and I was like, shit. Should I asked earlier, didn't get it. She said I'll take spiced coffee instead. So tonight, the guys definitely were like, you know, blunt would be nice. And I'm like, what can we do with a joint? And they're like, fine. We can smoke a blunt later. Cool, yeah, if I can get a roller in here, for sure. And they were like, yeah, some liquor would be tight. Like, okay, yeah, I should have. Didn't, right? But it's weird because at the beginning of the month, it was probably September 30th, I was at the liquor store. Maybe it was, I don't know what day it was, and I don't know why I did this. But they had shooters, man. He just had like a whole fucking collection of shooters. And so I thought, if I were John Lennon, what would I drink? And I kind of immediately thought rum for some reason. And then I was like, what, like bourbon? I was like, no, I didn't say bourbon. I said rum. And I was like, okay, I don't like rum that much. And I saw rum chata. So I was like, cool, get the rum chata. And he said, yeah. I could go for a boozy coffee for sure, for sure, for sure. Cool. And then I was like, are you sure you don't want some whiskey? And he said, fine, yeah, you're right. Whiskey. So I had decided to do the John Lennon reading on October 1st. And I was like, I'm not about to drink all this liquor for that. I'm going to save it for his birthday. So, of course, his birthday is October 9th, which technically we're getting to the point where it's October 9th. So, tonight is supposed to be focused on DMX, Coolio, and Agatha Christie, but I'm thinking about tacking on John Lennon and have him doing the opener because they would like to drink this liquor, and I was going to drink it for his birthday. So, yes, maybe I was going to drink it later tonight, the 9th, instead of like, well, it's about to be midnight after the 9th. But then I realized it's also full moon, 3 a.m. Pacific time. So I might as well sip on a boozy coffee drink is what I decided, I think, ultimately. So we're getting a little toasty, we're getting a little roasty tonight, and I'm asking that everyone stay well behaved, because we're going to get into some freaky shit, I think, with Agatha Christie over everything. That shit, no wonder he wanted to talk to her. The fucking mystery novelist whose life turned into a mystery novel. That's insane. No one knows what the fuck. Yeah, no one knows what happened to Agatha Christie when she was missing for 11 days. Okay. So without further ado, we are celebrating John Lennon's impromptu birthday with some celebrated icons. We are probably going to start with DMX because as I was setting up for the stream, all I could hear was Rough Riders playing in my head. Oh, right? Stop, drop, put 'em down, put 'em up, shop. I don't know. Oh, it's just like, in my head. So I feel like DMX is first. And then we transition into or with Coolio, and then we grill the fuck out of Agatha Christie, and then maybe we close with John Lennon. Usually I put my headliners at the end. That's why I suggested the open with John Lennon, but it seems like DMX wants to lead the way. He is a Sagittarius, so they do have that leader quality about them. Let me see. I'm gonna light a Sagittarius incense for him. Yeah, so we're gonna do DMX first, and I am gonna drink my John Lennon boozy coffee. I have my leftover spiced coffee from last night, been sitting in the French press, and we're gonna add chata, espresso, 99 espressos, and Jack Daniel's honey, because the boys are trying to get lit tonight. And Agatha Christie is like, you won't believe this shit. Did she murder someone? The world may never know, but we might. Don't you love that? So, happy birthday. We're celebrating John Lennon's birthday. I'm about to change the fucking title of this. Halloween Day 8? No, because it would be Day 9 would be his birthday. Day 8? We're going to do Day 8. And 9, and maybe we'll do a regular reading tomorrow. I don't know how to feel about this. And happy birthday, John. Why am I doing this right now? I don't know. Happy birthday, John. Happy birthday, John Lennon. Here we go. Cheers. Saturday night. Sunday morning. Oh my God. That's going to be so much. I didn't really, probably should have waited on this one and just done but whatever. They wanted, listen, I'm lucky that they're not forcing me to take shots of anything right now. Is how I should feel. I want this open because it's so old. Whoa, no, I don't know the words. That's a rough rider's roll. I can't wait. This is gonna be lit. Yeah, they're like, if we're drinking coffee, then it's gonna be a coffee. That, you know, I love it. I love it. I love horchata. Y'all, I know it sounds goofy when I say I don't really drink. I kind of quit. I don't get drunk. Blah 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 blah. This is kind of why I don't consider myself sober, and I try to avoid saying that I don't drink. I drink. I have given up on getting drunk. Right, Liddy. I just made an incredibly boozy and therefore quite toxic concoction. But it's gonna be, that's the thing. If people are gonna come down and talk to me in my little itty bitty life, I'm gonna honor what the fuck they want. Like I said, I saved the shit for John Lennon's birthday, and in some time zones, it is indeed his birthday, so we are celebrating. One more Saturday, one more Saturday, one more Saturday night. I can't even lie to you folks. That shit's pretty good. It's extremely strong. I should probably stir it. I should stir it. I'm not even sure it'll help. I don't like alcohol. I love spirits though. You know what I mean? So like I said, doing trade-offs, doing, honorifics requests. They wanted some liquor. I want to loosen up a bit, smoke a little, drink a little. I even hit a cigarette earlier because I think it's DMX who used to smoke before he was 40. He gave up smoking on his 40th birthday, I believe. And that's when you saw his kind of transformation in a sense where he gave up. Yeah, he gave up this idea of the tough guy. And that's why in his later years there was a lot of interviews in his greenhouses, and he was talking about his plants and all the care. It wasn't just some bullshit he was spewing about that. So let me run this ad break before. Clearly, we're getting into it. That's the thing. One little sip of alcohol, it's like the slightest bit. Listen. You cannot just like assume or trust everything I say. I'll get into that. I'll be right back. Let me run this ad and stir my coffee, and then before we get too deep in the reading, because he's coming through really strongly, but before we get too into it, I will explain because you are new here, I think. So yeah, I'll be right back. Mm, there's a rough rider's roll. Okay, I stirred this. Let's see how it tastes. Oh my god, it's good though. If you like alcohol, you would like this drink. Let me tell you, that ratio, it is strong. It is potent. It is more than I'm used to, but it is good, okay? Because I was a bartender and an alcoholic at points in my life. I know. Trust me. This one, fucking banger, bro. All right, that's gonna take me like 6 years to drink, so good thing time it works differently here. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So let's start there. I do smoke a lot of weed on this channel. We all know that because I, one, love getting high and smoking weed. Two, it helps with the job, right? Fucking helps me be on camera and not think too much about it. It also helps with the channeling because it kind of like releases your inhibitions enough to allow something to come in, whether it's a person, a message, a spirit, a download, whatever you want to call it. In this case, this is straight up necromancy. I'm talking to specific dead people who once lived. Now, there is no true way to verify what I'm saying. That's the thing. If you watched the readings last night, you can tell I definitely was connecting with someone or something. And I've proven myself enough with my personal accounts, which we tried to verify with someone last. I don't know. They ended up getting banned, so it's really hard to say if someone's like trolling me or not when it comes to that kind of thing. But I have kind of like proven it on this channel before. But I'm willing to make connection with like one personal deceased person before we get into like the vague ones, because like there is no way for us to verify. I don't know their families. I don't know how much of this would be on the internet. The fact that Coolio would even say Agatha Christie and then turns out there was like this whole mystery surrounding her life is actually super interesting and makes sense that if you wanted to talk to someone, I would want to ask her about those 11 days also. Other than that, there's just things. But the alcohol, the weed, any of it, you know, being drunk, even being like out of your mind, like being unstable, being like sleep deprived. Thank you. It is interesting to me as well. And I feel very fulfilled by what I do, but it's not for everyone. It's not everyone's cup of tea. It's definitely different, and like as much as people want to call it satanic, it's actually a very Catholic practice. And I'm Catholic, and they taught me necromancy from a very early age, whether they intended to or not. But they put Jesus' dead body on a cross in every fucking room and said, talk to him. So I said, okay. And when he talked back, I guess they didn't like it, and all of a sudden I'm a witch. Like, no. This was your thing. This was your thing. And they did the same thing, the sacraments with wine in church during Mass, during prayer, right? They're not one for speaking in tongues, though, which I find kind of funny. Anyways, Wilston, if you want, you can be my test subject. My, what would you call that? My constant in the experiment. If there's someone that you'd be willing to let me contact, unless anyone else who's silently watching would like to hear from someone. A quick message, it'd be like oh yeah, we talk about that a lot on my channel because I went to Catholic school for 11 years, so like I know it very, very well, and people are always very surprised, and it's like you can't pull one over on me or tell me I'm not Catholic. I went all the way up. I was baptized and I was confirmed. I was raised Catholic. I went to church every week for many years, so we talk about it a lot because it was not until this past year, I would say, it was probably the end of the last zodiac year, which would have been the first few months of this calendar year, that I was like, damn, Catholics do all the same things that I still do on my own, like light incense and drink wine and make sacrifices and talk to dead people, among other things. So, kind of cute. You owe me a tip. doesn't have to be monetary, but if you don't satiate her need for a tip, you'd be in trouble because somebody clearly. Let me see. Did you have a Grandma Mary also? I had a Grandma Mary. It seems common for a grandma name. It's just what popped into my mind. If you don't have specifically a Grandma Mary, perhaps you have an Italian grandma. I don't know anything about you. Yeah, I don't know anything about you. Or like a grandma who's a Gemini. Because like I said, I have a Grandma Mary. So that was the first thing that popped in my head. That's my paternal grandma. She's Italian and she's a Gemini. So if any of those things resonate, that was the first thing that popped in my head. And if it's a name similar to Mary but isn't Mary, then that would be the appropriate time as well. Yeah, you definitely had a Strega Nona. I don't know if you know that. You had a Strega Nona, and I'm not. Here's the thing too. Okay. Well, Portugal is. I'm gonna sound so ignorant. Is Portugal near Spain, or is it in South America? Am I an idiot? Yeah, it is in Europe. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm really glad. Okay, so she was not Portuguese, she was Italian. And it would have gone really far back because I think she was still, maybe she still was Portuguese, but was also Italian. So it's like if you were to do, I would guess that if you have you done an ancestry test, a DNA test, you might find that you do have Italian DNA, because Strega Nona is coming through, and that would be like witch grandma in Italian. So it's funny that that's what's popping up, and you're like, no, Portuguese, and it's like, yeah, bet, probably Italian. And it's especially funny because my cousin did a DNA test, and she wasn't at all Italian, even though my grandma was born there. Um, and like, there's a lot of things that can come, whatever, a lot of variables with those tests. They say, like, even something you eat can affect the results. Yeah, you have a Strega Nona. It is a kid's book. Yeah, but the phrase Strega is witch and Nona is grandma. So it's witch. It's just like you had a witch grandma. Um, and I'm guessing it's the Portuguese one because, again, if you're next to Spain, it's like a long time ago they came from there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of even would say it's like as long ago as like Roman rule. Like, that's kind of wacky. But if you're Catholic, also, because you just did mention Catholicism and Spanish culture is very Catholic, right? You have Italian roots. So I don't know if you're into tarot or you do tarot. That's probably why, because there is roots of tarot in Italian culture with the Stregas. And like, there was a reason they ran or something. Like, there's a reason they got, like, they hid that, you know. And it's weird because it doesn't seem like it would be that big of a deal, but it was a secret she bore. I don't know. It's weird because it's like your grandma knew that she was Italian, but never told you that. But like, it would have been her ancestors pretty far back who were from Italy. Yeah. We do love paranormal stuff on this channel. This is paranormal stuff, I guess. So you might have stronger ties to tarot than you think. If you do a DNA test, you might find you're Italian. And your grandma was harboring secrets. Maybe her name was Maria and you just didn't know that. I'm just kidding. She didn't like lie, but there's a reason. There's a reason that right? So I think you're Italian, oddly enough. Yeah, weird, right? I'm very against it because I'm just too incriminating as a person. Like, why would I willingly give them my DNA when they literally would die for that? Like, they probably have gotten it through other means or something ridiculous. Why would I just willingly give that up? I'm very incriminating. It'd be very easy to pin a crime on me. But for a normal person, I think if you have no reason, for the government to be out to get you, you should have no problem, right? Why would the government be able to get you? I don't know, because I'm an alien conspiracy theorist. That's what they do. I'm into holistic medicine. Like, right? So, I live a certain lifestyle that I'm not into it, but I would like to know at the same time. It's like I said, my grandma was born in Italy. We're not Italian. There's a good chance that her family was from Turkey and left Turkey at some point, settled in Italy long before she was born. And then by the time she was born, she was an Italian citizen. But then it's also like, what is ethnicity versus culture? Where culturally she was Italian, she was illegally Italian. And then I was raised Italian American. And it's so funny. White people are like, so funny. I cannot listen. I will go into it. I don't know why this is relevant right now. It doesn't seem like it would be, but there's something about you that's like, yeah. Oh yeah, that's big. This channel's big on that. You're in the right place. Like I got this on my days off. I just develop my own alien conspiracy theory locally, and get people in on it. And eventually, I'll probably do an expose. I'm kidding, but I'm waiting till I move at least. Um, totally into it. I have a deck specifically for channeling like alien messages. But it's Halloween, so we are sticking to like the deceased and the demons and whatnot. Okay. It's slightly like we're getting off topic, but actually we're getting into some shit and I like it. That's good. And that's because your Stregonona maybe passed away more recently, like in the last few years, and has been not necessarily watching your every move, but just not even guiding you, but pushing you towards it. Yeah, because she also was more open to it than she let on, because her kids, your mom maybe, I don't remember, I don't know who we're talking about, were not into it. So no one knew she was into it. Her husband wasn't into it. Her kids weren't into it. Her one sister was into it, but she was too into it and got in trouble at some point. She either got like kicked out of the church or the family, like whatever it was. And so your grandma was really quiet about that stuff. But now she hopes that you can be openly spiritual, because she never was. So if once again you were Catholic, she fucking damn well did know what the fuck she was doing, because a lot of Catholics feign innocence and they're like, no, I'm Christian. This isn't witchcraft at all. And it's like, literally, it is. You are literally lighting candles, drinking wine, making human sacrifices, essentially, with the body of Christ. Like, what? Speaking psalms, like words of affirmations, doing spells, chanting. Like, come on, you guys are doing witchcraft. So she kind of knew that, right? She knew. But it's very convenient to be able to hide behind Christianity for whatever reason you choose. So that's cool. Um, and that's why. That's why is because I think, because of your grandma and her sister, more so her sister, kind of getting into trouble for doing that kind of thing, that it was a pull away from any kind of religion like Catholicism, for sure. Okay, so a kind of like spoiler alert, I think the Agatha Christie thing was aliens. Like, I think that's what's happening right now. You'd be surprised. Even when I was writing in my notebook, I made a list, and there was some people: Alan Watts, Baba Vanga, and Douglas Adams, and not Artemisia. It was just, it's weird where it came up. when talking to the deceased. So another thing that was more recent on my channel too was a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, we were talking about how long sort of like off planet species have bred with like different levels or evolutions of man before. And it would have been, the jump into Neanderthal, okay, and then also Jesus Christ, okay, and then more modern, like now, okay, yeah. So when I was doing the mystery deck, that's what we call the alien deck, like that was a big conversation we had earlier this year. It was one of the most intense channels I've done with the extraterrestrials, or I like to call them galactics, but yeah. So it's definitely all tied in. I'm glad we went down this road. I'm sorry it was vague. Some people have yet to experience death of someone like really close to them. So if your grandma was like the closest person to you that has passed away, that's great. In a sense, no offense. But also, yeah, she had some secrets. We won't divulge too much. You can always get a personal reading if you want to know more. Yeah. Don't be afraid to explore Italian culture either. That's kind of what I was laughing about from a brief moment, is how white people, and I'm not assuming, I mean, you said you're Portuguese. I don't know. It's Europe, so I don't know if you're like Caucasian or what. It doesn't really matter. But I'm in the US, obviously. And that's what's so funny is white people are like so tied to their ethnicity, where they're like, I'm Irish, or I'm Russian, or I'm Italian, and they like have no cultural practices. They're just like, oh, my family's from this place and they came and settled in America in 1782, whatever the fuck, like, you know. um and so it's like, it's not rare, but it's like there's certain groups or ethnicities here, at least, that have culture necessarily, and in different places. Even here, there are always different cultures. Yeah, I did, and that's like why it's funny that Italian would come up so strongly for you when you're like, I know I'm not, or I'm Portuguese or whatever. It sounds like your grandma pushing you into a culture, but like one that you didn't know was yours. So if you feel drawn to any of it, I would go to it, is the thing. But Italians are crazy, kind of. They'll take anyone though. Like if you hang out long enough, they'll be like, "Oh, well, you're pretty much Italian now." Like we do it all the time. Just start hanging out, drink more espresso, eat more biscottis, make more pasta, right? So let me run my 20-minute ad break and we'll get back to the channel message. This obviously didn't do well for confirmation, but whatever. I hope you got something out of it. I'll be right back. Just kidding. I don't know if they're all that nice. I don't even really speak that fondly of them all the time. All right, so whatever. You're Portuguese grandma is probably Italian. Someone in your family probably knows about it. Moving on. Back to the, oh, no. Yeah. It's real as fuck though. That's what I'm saying. I literally growing up was like, what do you mean you don't fucking have all your uncles over every Wednesday for fucking pasta? Your grandma cooks for 40 people on like a fucking Tuesday night just in case the whole army shows up. Like super weird. Or going to Italian American clubs and people are like, "Oh yeah, I'm Polish." Oh, and you go to the Polish American club and they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" No. Like what? Or like the fact that I've been drinking coffee my whole life. It took me well into my 20s and talking to other adults. You ask that a lot, and I'm honestly sick of it. That's not how my channel works, and you should know that by now. You've been here enough times, and I've said this to you directly enough times. I'm sorry. Exactly. We used to make sausage. I would, being young, we'd clean the casings, the intestines, and separate them and rinse them, string them along the counter, and then they'd fucking be putting the meat. The women would kind of like spice it and turn it. And well, some of the men like to do that too. That's the thing. There's really not any kind of sexism in the kitchen with Italian culture. The men enjoy cooking. I do too because the older I got, the more things, I don't know. Um, I guess it's when people pass away. It's not that it didn't get passed down, but the younger generations of my family aren't as close as the older generations were, so everybody kind of, it's not as camaraderie anymore. But yeah, they would, traditions stop. It's sad because that's one that I would do because a dried Italian sausage is literally to die for, and I don't know anybody who's just like banging that shit out like my family did. If I could go back to any memory, it would probably be Easter Sunday at my great aunt's house, and eating fennel and dried sausage and dipping them in fucking oil, and oh my god, bro, something about that, right? So I don't know, I didn't realize that these things were not regular things. Like people eating fennel. Jesus fuck, get some celery and call it a day. What are you doing eating stalks of fennel? Like it's so good though. It's literally so good. Um, it's just crazy because yeah, just like none of it. Like I thought those were Easter traditions. They're Italian Easter traditions. Like I didn't realize the kids in my school who also celebrated Easter, or Christmas, didn't have the 7 fishes or squid and calamari or whatever. I like didn't make it a big deal. So it's just really funny um, to be so culturally invested because I'm from a place where Italians have a pretty big corner market, if you will. Um, like a settlement of Italians. And I also didn't realize that growing up, where I thought, yeah, the 7 fishes thing. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't eat it though. I don't really like seafood, never have. But that my family always had like full fucking octopus on the buffet. Like I can't deal. It's so crazy. I love that you have Italian friends too. They like just start showing up, start going. There will be some little old lady shows up. She'll start and she'll think you're someone else or something. Like I can see it all unfolding for you. Yeah, I remember my first espresso. Like so weird. Yeah, you just gotta start going to their events and stuff. Insert yourself. Just be like, I think I might have Italian roots. Some Italian witch told me, you know. But I'm a sexy strega, not I ain't no grandma. You know what I mean? So, wow, what a side-winded conversation. It's so odd that this all came up. Um, I'm kind of not basically, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how they are. My friend also, she'd sneak into the events sometimes and they'd be like, oh my God, you're Italian? I didn't even know you were Italian because we literally worked in an Italian bakery, had Italian bakery in the name. Like I come from an Italian part of the country necessarily. And it's just like extra funny because once again, growing up, I just thought that I was related to all of the Italians. And it wasn't until I was like in my 20s where like like a boss of mine was like, oh, of course you're Italian. You're from so-and-so. And I'm like, what? He's like, what? You thought you just personally knew all the Italians? No, they're just everywhere. Like, you're, what? So it's like, it was like culture shock to be pulled out of your own culture and realize, like, that's what they mean by white people. Like, and I'm not saying I'm not white. I'm clearly white. But I have a sense of culture or have ties to my ethnicity. And it's, yeah, yeah. And my grandma married a Polish man, and I always said that I didn't believe in God because if God were real, I would have been 100% Roman Catholic, Italian, right? Like I would have never been half Polish. So, cheers. Yeah. So it's just funny. Yeah, that is the paranormal side of me. Sure. Yeah. Okay, should we get back on track? Back to the paranormal. That was such a fun combo. That's so funny. You're so Italian, bro. I love that. So yeah, my bestie would just come to all the stuff, and she worked at the Italian bakery. And my family, some of them, like the extended, would be like, "Oh, I didn't know you were Italian. You're Italian." And she's like, "Nah, I don't know, not really." And she's like, "Oh, well, good enough. You are now. You're at enough of these things. You've been working for Angelo for such a long time, you know, like they don't care. They'll take anyone. Especially looking back and knowing that even though my grandma was born in Italy, I was still Turkish. Yeah, so it's like a fake thing. It's not really a fake thing, but it's very hard for me to pull from this conversation where I still feel DMX's presence, but it's almost like he's also very interested in this conversation because, like you said, the intersection of religion and paranormal activity is kind of so delicate. I even do kind of think of Jesus as like, Mary, a virgin, maybe was abducted and implanted with a child that was a hybrid between human and alien, basically. So that's like a big one on the channel. Big things happening. And sometimes I feel like there is a lot of prep work that goes into these kind of readings because it can get very out there and very bizarre, but at least that's where we know where my background's coming from. And having been so fucking Italian, I did not think twice about being religious also, and yet not religious at all. Best food, hands down. I mean, I actually like high-key love Thai food. I think at the end of the day, I crave Thai food way more than I crave Italian food, but probably because I ate Italian food my whole life and still do. To where if I want to go get food, Thai first, and then I'm like, yo, I could definitely eat some pasta right now though, forever, my whole life. Food slaps. My Italian family, best cooks I've ever eaten their food. You know what I'm saying? The absolute best. Yeah, super duper. Gotta ask 3 times. I don't know where the fuck that rule came from. I don't know if that counts as tradition. You gotta ask 3 times, whether it's eating, whether it's money, whether it's an invitation, whether it's a fucking, are you sure? 3 times, buddy, because if you don't ask 3 times, then you're just taking. Because I'm trying to give you this, right? I don't know how else to explain it. Are you hungry? Oh, no, thank you. Okay. Well, I just made this. Are you sure you don't want some? Okay, cool. Well, I'm just eating this. You want to try it? Okay, fine. And then you stop. They're giving, but they're pushy. This is such a little funny sidebar. It's been an hour since I started the stream. People keep tuning in. They're like, she's not doing tarot. She's not even doing the fucking channel messages. We gotta get back on track, buddy. My fellow Italian. Okay. Remember to leave a tip. That's how Rough Riders roll. You could ask them questions. I just let them speak freely. Did you catch it at all last night? Dink, are you still here? You said hi and I haven't said anything since. Are you okay? I don't want you to feel like you can't talk just because I'm talking to somebody else. But also, no pressure to talk just because you're watching either. Just checking in. It's late though. People fall asleep. That's why it's kind of funny. Sometimes I get like this uptick later in the evening. Nice. I don't know what that means. You followed me 3 days ago, though. So you just didn't stay. I'm just kidding. I don't care. Anyway. Oh, because I wasn't streaming 3 days ago. Duh. Okay. Yeah. That lag is funny too, isn't it? I'm in a different mood every day. Like you call me on a night where like I was having fun, I'm chilling, I just came off my period. We named her Sarah Paulson. Sometimes before my period starts I act like Tyler Durden. It is literally as terrifying as it might sound. And if it doesn't sound terrifying, it's way more terrifying than it sounds. So I'm in a weird place tonight where I'm like in a good mood. Not really much is happening. Maybe I was resisting a little too much. I didn't even put my blue light blocking glasses on. I left these on. I never seen yours. You stream? Oh, cool. What is this? I just see Dubstep Sunday Service and I'm about that. So this is you. I love when I get to see like the other end of my Twitch conversations. That's so funny. Yeah, nothing good. Don't say that. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what I said. That's the funny thing is the lag, so it's like I don't know what you're responding to, but yeah, that's cool. I followed you, whatever. Um, it is a little. It's funny just because it's like all these screen names and like people. Oh, then why do you do it? If it feels good though, and you know you're meant to, then why not? You gotta shake up that attitude, bro. I just knocked over my mason jar of pure thoughts. You're being too hard on yourself. You're better than you think you are. And if it makes you cringe, then change it or accept that you are cringy. Um, I love what I do. Mm, I think I get what you mean by that, but it'd be hard to say. You know what's crazy? You know what's really crazy? I feel this intense connection with DMX this whole time without him really wanting to say anything because he's only been dead for like a year, right? it's kind of crazy. It's almost as if he's still learning from the living, and he's very interested in just being a part of the environment once again. And it's interesting that I did start the reading and was so connected, so interestingly, what? Instantly. But now we've sidetracked where it's almost like, look, 55 minutes, 55 seconds, 5 viewers. He's almost more interested in the day to day conversation and to just be a part of something regular. Because the thing is, he couldn't just be a regular person. He's been DMX since the fucking 80s, you know? I don't think he was really popular until the 90s, but he's been DMX since the 80s. So he's never been able to just sit back and hang out and be Earl, you know? Like, this was interesting. So I have told people, like last night, I was like, I might say stuff. I don't know that much about these people, and I don't really like look things up before I do the readings, but like I think last night during we did, because I was saying stuff about Picasso where I was like, I really want to know what this is about. Or I would say something and I would know that I was wrong, if that makes sense. So I was like, damn, I don't even know Coolio's name. How am I going to talk to him if I don't know his name? I don't know DMX's name either. And so Coolio, and I'm like, well, I guess they would tell me their name, right? And I hear Arrow. And I'm like, there's no way his name is Arrow. And then he's like, okay, Marcus. And I'm like, what? Arrow and Marcus? But his name is Artkiss? Art Artkiss. Let me look it up again. I don't even remember. Artist. Artist Leon Ivy Jr. What a name. How would he ever relay that to me? That's the thing. It's like sometimes they'll give me messages. I was trying to Picasso gave you a message in Spanish and it like didn't really make sense. But it was very cute because like a lot of Spanish phrases don't have direct English translations. So he was trying to say some metaphor about like with freedom you go with the cat in the night of your desires or something like chase the cat of your desires in the night. Uh, with freedom is to go to the cat with desires in the night. I think it's what it said. And I was like, no, that's cool because he had this whole metaphor about like, you know, um, yeah, it's always different. He had a whole metaphor about cats because he told us this story about how he was walking one day in Mexico. He was Spanish, but he was visiting Mexico when he was a teen boy, and there was some guys doing graffiti. I don't know. They weren't using. It was in the 20s, the teens, the 20s. He was young, so it was a long time ago. So it was not graffiti like you think. It was big. It was art, but it was a slab of concrete somewhere. But he had never painted. Like he was so young, and he had not really painted. And they just like encouraged him to do it, and he said, "I don't know what to paint," and he painted a cat. And that's he said. So he said to me, right? That the reason his cats in all of his paintings never got any, but he painted cats the same way for his whole life, just in case those guys ever saw the cat and remembered that. So there's like you cannot fact check that. So um, I'll go into the way I receive messages. I'm gonna roll my ad break. I just so you know, I roll my ads every 20 minutes because it disables them for like 21 minutes for the first I don't know how many hours of my stream. So if I don't do it every 20 minutes, they'll just start rolling pre-roll ads. So sorry y'all. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. Like, I know it sucks, but like I said, if I don't do it every 20 minutes, they'll do it for me, and then I won't even know. So, whatever. Okay, so there's different ways that there can be messages where it's usually like I can see the person in my mind's eye. It's very rare that I see physical apparitions, though sometimes my mind's eye will project in a way that is stronger than other times. Then there is like hearing something and repeating it to you is what I would say is like receiving a message. Okay, so like you say, you receive a message. Yes. If I hear something and I say it, if I'm like trying to speak it, right, it's because I'm hearing it as words. But then there's also like channeling, is when I'm saying it for them, if that makes sense, where we say things in tandem rather than me repeating what I'm hearing. But then there's like actual possession, where they kind of just take over and kind of speak for themselves. So if I'm ever speaking in an accent, or if I just start speaking very differently, or if I start speaking in the first person, that's possession. If I am still closing my eyes, if I'm tapping a lot or making repetitious motions, or it seems like I'm possessed but I'm speaking in third person, that's channeling. But if I'm just saying stuff like your grandma, that was like a message, right? So it'd be like that. Um, yeah, I think so. I do think so. Your grandma's not probably called upon too much. But then there's people like, okay, Nico's a great example of someone who, when I talked to Nico, she stuck with me for days. I developed the perfect German accent. Can't explain it, can't even always do it on the spot. But if I start acting like her, I can perfect impression. It's crazy. My hair became her hair. Like it was bleeding. There was no end. And it's because she likes to smoke cigarettes. She likes smoking cigarettes in her life. If I am gonna talk to Nico, I had better be. I bought a pack of cigarettes because I knew that she was on my list, and I'm gonna talk to her on her birthday because she's a Libra. So October 16th, Nico night, full blown possession. I'm gonna have to find a place to do it because I'm not trying to smoke down here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be elsewhere, just like chain smoking. And what costume shall the poor girl wear? You know, she's a possessor, if you will. But it's because she wants something. She wants the cigarettes. And so I feel like DMX, the way I'm feeling it, where I keep forgetting he's there in a sense, but then I'll see him very close to me. And that signals that he kind of is getting in that I might want to do the possession thing. But he hasn't been dead that long, so he's not completely disconnected from human life yet. And so he's very much like almost getting lost in the interactions where this is not necessarily happened so much for him at this point. Now the fact that we're leading up to Agatha Christie is interesting because I'm glad I gave you a little bit of background or anybody who might be watching the rewatch because it is a quiet night. And once again, sometimes on Saturdays I get a wave like even later than this, which is kind of hard to fathom because it's already so late. Um, it's almost like the early morning crowd, but I don't know. I feel like I'm the last streamer standing basically a lot of nights, so I get the overflow. But it almost seems like maybe DMX would be down for some possession, if you will. So I was trying to get Coolio's name. He said Arrow and Marcus, and his name's Artist. And I'm like, that honestly checks out. I would have not been able to fathom the name Artist if you would have told me that because I would have thought artist. So he's like Arrow, Marcus, like That's not a bad, But then I was like, what's DMX's name? And first thing he says is like a cuss word. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck? But then when I looked up his name, he was like, see, it's a cliche. And I was like, oh, okay, sure. I would have never come up with that. And I would have never assumed it was a cliche. And so tonight, and it's so funny, here's the thing that's even funnier about all this. DMX passed away last year. Um, and like I know a few of his songs, but like I can't even sing Rough Riders. I just have the fucking chorus yelling in my head because it's like get hype for DMX. But the fact that his name is Earl, and I've been saying this is my Earl arc, and my name is Earl every single day of my life, and I'm like, I'm Earl. My masculine side, I'm very androgynous. It's like post Lux Pavilion is like my drag name, but like I'm just Earl at the end of the day. So the fact that DMX's name is Earl is very appropriate, very fitting. And I feel like that's why he feels so comfortable and interested in this situation. And like I think part of the reason that I decided to drink is because it is such an honor kind of to be able to do this, but like I don't know, it's just interesting because it is hard to believe and you wouldn't necessarily just take my word for it. And that's why I do try to establish contact, but if there's not an urgent message waiting for the person who's receiving, like your grandma didn't need to say anything other than you're probably Italian, fucking colonizer, right? Like that's what she's really saying. Backtrack, wait a second. Italians are not innocent of anything super much made whiteness white, right? The whole bit was irony. Okay. Um, and even though we are just sitting here, there's just a few of us here to witness something like this. It's an honor for me to be a place of comfort for souls to go. And so it's just been a very cool experience. And I've been doing it forever, my whole life. I've been praying to Jesus. He's a dead guy. I'm sorry. We were having conversations since I was like 5. Like, I don't know. I've been doing necromancy my whole life. Thank you to Catholicism, right? So to be able to just talk to whoever I want to, but to be heard and to provide a space also for them. It's just cool. And it's not about any one person in particular. That's like the other night. It was Ken Kesey's birthday, so it's still Virgo season. And we talked. Dr. Hunter S. Thompson. And in real life, they really were not even friends. And so he brought up this point of the fact that we were all getting together in such a place as my mind, where like in the infinity of time, you can be anywhere in space, right? So, the way they present themselves, the way the messages come through. Usually, if it's a galactic entity, it's going to be more ringing in the ears and feeling in the crown area, like in the head. It depends on what deck I'm using. So, like my Halloween Oracle, which is technically the deck that we have on the table, is for deceased people, right? Whereas my mystery deck is for gods, goddesses, guides, and galactics. So specifically, other beings, right? Um, and most people just say who they are. You know? It is dead tonight. I feel like it's probably my fault because I was talking about Italianism too long, Catholicism too long. And now there's like no one here on a Saturday night. Twitch is weird though. Last weekend was lit. It was noisy. This week was okay. We did okay. This weekend, it's a little slow, it seems. No, last night was fun. I started super late. So yeah, DMX feels like It could be. I feel like I should call him Earl tonight. Our name's Earl. Like, Earl has been the vibe. So, I guess also, in a way, what I'm getting at there with this whole spiel is him being able to sit back and be Earl and just kind of listen to a conversation and be. It's almost a feeling of being at a party. We're sure there might not be anyone here. It's just me and you in this room. There's one person interacting with us, or another person watching, sure, and like maybe someone will watch this replay, right? Even my replay averages have gone down recently. I think people really don't fuck with the necromancy on here. And I get it. I totally get it, but it's still what I do. You know what I mean? It's still Halloween. And I think that though I do want to celebrate 31 days of Halloween, I'm realizing like I could probably space it out to be into November as well. Um, and not try to push it all in October because people miss the tarot cards and I can't be haunted all month. But it's a party. It feels like a party to be a part of both worlds. Like, this is more DMX, kind of using his analogy as the party, Earl, saying it's like being at a party. And after years and years of being interviewed or being on the red carpet or being at the award ceremonies or being around people who are working and you know, doing what they do, it's kind of like sad to see you go. I think he killed someone. That's a weird thing. I don't know if we really should unpack that on this fucking stream right now. In a way, he regrets everything. But why? You had a redemption arc and all, if you will. And said he never served time on this planet enough like hell. I'm seeing Coolio now too. See, that's the thing. I know that if I click into this, I'm not going to come out for a minute. I can tell they'll take over in a good way. Like, that's what I'm here for. Because sometimes people learn more in death than they do in life. And, like, the reason a lot of people who die and are brought back will tell you that it's all black and that they don't remember anything and that it was like a hug, but it was like nothing, is because that is cool. If you remembered, you wouldn't come back. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you remembered, you wouldn't come back. And so there's a lot that is to be understood or to become understood. I think Beetlejuice, oddly enough, does a pretty good depiction. I don't know if that's my choice or their choice. I think you were here earlier when I was talking about gangs. I don't know. Maybe you weren't. When I started the stream, I told a story about how my cousin and I had a conversation about Gangster's Paradise the other day. And, like, later that night, it was like mid-afternoon, she stopped by, we're having a smoke sesh, dissecting that song and its lyrics and resonating and talking about Coolio and being proud of him, literally. Died that day. So that's why I put him on the list immediately when I found out, because I had already been starting my Halloween list, and he died after I talked about him the same day. So I was like, okay, there's going to be a huge lesson for him. And I think I could obviously be wrong about death, but I've seen things and I've heard things that there's no way I could possibly know. That's like sometimes even things I don't want to know in a way, and that I just inherently know anyways. But much to learn and much unknown, always. So, what a weird night. What a weird night. If anybody watches the replay, they're gonna be like, damn, you talked for like an hour and 15 minutes and didn't even fucking do a channeled message yet. Well, that's the thing. Okay, this feels like Coolio. I see Coolio. That's the thing. sometimes after being alive and doing that your whole life, I'm just died. I have barely let go of my body, let alone to be in someone else's. And my spirit won't let me rest until I tell everyone or anyone how I felt about things. Because I was good at keeping it. I'm hearing like this weird name. I don't know if this means anything or if there's like an actual person tied to this name, but it's something along the lines of Laura Lee? Laura Lindley? I don't know if that's like an actual person or something, but a lot of love for this person. Laura Lindley? I don't know if that's like, maybe I'll just Google it, see if that's like a person associated with Coolio. Seems like a really general. Laura Linney is a person. But she's like, what the fuck? Oh, I think he's maybe saying he never finished Ozark. That's so weird. Why? Yeah, she's the only thing that comes up. Like, he didn't even get to finish Ozark. Like, this is all very new for him. This is so not funny, but, like, in a way it's funny. Maybe it was too soon to call upon Coolio. I can feel him very major, but, like, even DMX is kind of showing me, like, yeah, it does still feel like a party. It is still that kind of, like, kind of phase of, like you realize you were at a party the whole time and you didn't even know how good life was until it was over. And like he's like, I know you feel that because there was times where, yeah, even in my waking life when I was alive, or so they say, right? And so it's hard to, oh my god, let's do that 20-minute ad break. And let's get into it. I guess you and my silent viewer are gonna sit here and listen to me spew some stuff. I'm just gonna let go. I'm gonna let him go. BRB. X gonna give it to ya. I guess if anyone was watching the stream, someone who was streaming about Kanye would be like a fairly appropriate choice for my fan base, who's usually like some kind of like Twitch people. All right, let me grab a Leo incense for Coolio, make it more comfortable. God, these smell fucking good. the rough road. Okay. Oh, this is Virgo. That's so funny. Whatever. It's already in my hand and it smells amazing. I'm gonna go with it. It's supposed to be Leo, but oh well. Okay. I know when I let go, I'm gonna go in deep. Why is this? I feel like I'm fucking tripping. That's crazy. No, I know. People do kind of watch my replays, I think. It's just a little less with the channel messages. And it just surprised me because I feel like I'm so curious about it. I love hearing what they say. And at the end of the day, when it comes to tarot readings, they're exhausting for different reasons. Exhausting for different reasons, where tarot is so much about other people, whereas the channel messages with like the deceased or the divine, I get so much out of because I get to hear from someone else's perspective or like hear from the other side, so it like fulfills me more than just having to deliver the daily dose that people are looking for that comes with tarot. And I'm really glad that I do this. Well, and look, I ain't even trying to talk shit, but this is my channel, so I do say what I want to. You know what I mean? Some people are, it feels almost intentionally draining on the channel, like as the viewers. We're like, we clearly have a good rapport right now, and I am aware that you're the only person here talking to me, and like I don't even have silent viewers tonight. Like, it's one of those nights. And I hope you understand that there's other nights where I'm not entertaining your bullshit. It's because I'm busy and I am into the reading and whatnot. But part of what I'm hearing and learning from these two, DMX and Coolio, being more recently deceased people, is that they are integrating themselves into death, and they do like hearing the perspective and learning things about life that they can see very clearly now that they maybe didn't know till they died. Okay, so there's definitely a purpose or meaning to this whole entire conversation. But on nights where, like, yeah, people are here for, no one's here for it right now. So we get to take our time and we get to unpack that and we get to discuss that. And some people have caught me on nights like this, and then they get really frustrated or angry or like want my attention. But then there's people like, again, not trying to talk shit or point fingers, but there's people who come in here and they like are constantly like, how do I get a reading? Can I get a reading? What's the list? And it's like, I, first of all, never said that. Second, put it in my fucking rules to not ask me for personal readings and that you can book them on my website. So it's like someone literally joining the chat and then not reading the rules before saying something and then asking for a reading. The only thing that's truly an excuse in my book is like a lot of people are all over the world on Twitch, and so if you don't speak English as your first language and you're better at hearing it than reading it or whatever, and you see my rules and you're not like processing like what it really says, it does seem like no is no in most languages though, so it's almost hardly even an excuse. It's really just people coming on here to drain. There are such things as fucking energy vampires. Yeah, that's what I mean. Where they're like so like, I need this. I want a reading. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, maybe buy one then. Jesus Christ, if you're like headhunting and coming at readers like that, if you can't like tune into the stream for 5 minutes and figure out what's going on before you like ask and like ignore my rules, interrupt my reading, not appreciate what I'm already doing, then like you don't need to be here. You do not need to be here. I will take nights like this where I can, like, once again, have a casual conversation. Oh, yeah, that's the thing where they'll be like, can I ask a question? And I'm like, yeah, you can ask tarot-related questions, but I ask people specifically to be less specific with me unless we are building a rapport. Like, I know a lot about a lot of my viewers because they're on here enough, and we talk casually throughout the readings for sure. But I hate when people tell me the background story or what they want to know their reading is about unless I ask. Unless they say, oh, it's probably this. And I'm like, oh, what's that about? And it's a very natural progression. But some people are like, well, and it's like, This isn't about you. You take the message and apply it to you. You don't make the message about you. Like, that's what I don't fuck with. Okay, and then that's like lesson learned for me, where like I see that parallel in my former younger self, and so I understand with age as well, right? But what if you made it about me? Yeah, that's true, right? It goes both ways. Cheers. I think we're doing a twin flame reading tomorrow. Listen, we're fitting in John Lennon tonight because it is his birthday, technically, um, October 9th. And we're drinking the John Lennon liquor that I bought weeks ago, like in preparation for his birthday, incidentally, accidentally. I don't even know. But yeah, so DMX and Coolio, right? Both died more recently. So they're kind of like really reeling with passing, but also like it's a resurgence when you die because you learn so much that like you just couldn't see in life. So like Coolio just died, and he's thinking about Laura Linney. Okay, why? Probably because he didn't finish Ozark. He doesn't even know how it ends. Like he's thinking about Laura fucking Linney, and what she does. Like that's so crazy, right? Because it's just one day you're here and one day you're not. And so to get the chance, I'm sure. That's the other thing about it's like you don't have to believe everything I say about death. I've seen things and I've talked to people. And I've verified way better than I did with your little grandma situation. I'm not even gonna lie. It's like someone said, "Oh, Picasso's blue period." Picasso last night was honestly was definitely a star of the show. Frida was cool, but she showed me a lot of like post life things. No, that was a pretty intense conversation. I feel like that's another reason I'm hesitating or dragging this out so much is because it can be pretty intense. I get lost in there where I want them to really be comfortable too, where they've probably never done this before. There was other mediums, maybe other people have reached out, but there is a certain. It's almost like even if I don't necessarily have the credentials in the 3D living world, I've talked to enough people that like I have a verified number in the spirit world. I call it my phone. Like I refer to it as a phone where I can make calls, and I try not to make calls for personal reasons unless it's to someone I personally knew, or if I have a specific reason, or if it comes to me first. And that's why my go-to is always John Lennon because he came to me first, and that's why I'm pretty comfortable about Jim Morrison because he approached me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wait for the calls and answer them rather than outgoing calls. But for this month, I was like, fuck it, let's put a list together. Yes. That's the thing. I can call anyone pretty much. Like, that's like part of the gig. But it is a comfort thing. It's like whether or not they're down. And it's very rare that I get rejected by a spirit. But that's the thing. They're new at this. They're new at this. I'm not new at this. They're new at this. So there's this like dissonance with it. There's definitely like this vibe of like it's just Earl and Artis. Artis, was that his name? Earl and Artis. They just get to kind of chill and just be people, you know? I also there's this slight concern where if I get too deep in the channeling, I worry that I'm gonna cuss. I already like they they've already done it where it's like I'm not trying to lose my self in that and like and say something because I'm channeling. It's not an excuse. Like I've you know. So I think we're both easing into the process. Because there's so much to say, but there's so almost little time to say it. Okay, we're going back to DMX. There is an essential vitamin that only plants can give you. I don't know if this is like some alien shit, but there's something. The plants were really important to me. I know it's kind of a joke to people. a meme, and they thought, what happened to me? I was so hard, but now I just garden in my greenhouse. But there was something about those plants. It's almost as if I could see them radiating oxygen off of the leaves and catch them with morning dew and talk to them and water them and see them grow. I did so many time-lapse videos and nobody cared. I played my videos for people and I tried to tell them I could see the oxygen in the air. I would watch the plants as they photosynthesized and as they inhaled the toxicity and exhaled the oxygen. It was the most beautiful process. But I realize now that I was dying for 2 whole years. What, I died of a brain aneurysm? I was hallucinating. I would bet it was to become a tumor. I hallucinated for 2 years. I thought it was God, it's a spiritual experience. This was, I could see plants breathing. That's why I was in my greenhouse. Nobody knew that. Because if I tried to talk about my plants at all, what happened to him, or what's going on, everyone knew I was slipping at the end. But I felt like I was myself almost for the first time in my whole life. Like I have finally seen the light, Maybe I even was gay, or I had so much life left to live. I don't know why I went when I did, other than maybe those last couple of years were graced to me for a period because I had to see more things in nature before I left. He's like rolling up. He smoked joints. Coolio wanted a blunt, but DMX smoked joints. If I could tell anybody anything, it's to let the kids be kids. I knew who I was the second I met him. And I'm seeing Coolio. Coolio meeting DMX. It's a very powerful moment. And he's almost embarrassed that he wouldn't have wanted to choose him to talk to when we went through the list. But he says genuinely, Coolio, Earl, our artist, genuinely is like, yo, that Agatha Christie shit has been bothering me for a long time. And I hope you understand that there was nothing personal. I want to know what happened to this woman. Oh my God, he's such like a fun Leo wholesome energy. Leos have such playful, nostalgic is not the right word, wholesome familial energy. I don't know if it's because my brother is a Leo, but I do feel like because lions are pack animals. Where did that joint just go? No, where did that joint just go? No, I just straight up dropped. That's just burning. I need to find it. What? Listen. Y'all, that was a little weird, right? Did you see that? Did you see that? This is the thing. They just took it from me. They're like, you're smoking too slow. You're choking on that shit. Found it. Still smoking, but did not burn a hole in the carpet somehow. That's insane. That was literally so weird. And the thing is, I do the same thing with tarot cards. But when it's a live wire, holy fuck, man. Oh man, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Oh my god, Livewire. I know. It's weird that I just referred to the sparked joint as a Livewire, but Livewire is 100% my favorite Mountain Dew. I'm not even gonna lie. Baja Blast might be my favorite Mountain Dew, but Livewire in a bottle, like. Okay, I guess we'll put the joint down. I feel like they were insulting me, like I was supposed to be ripping that shit. But I guess it's been a while for everyone, right? Okay. That was a whirlwind. This is going to be a really interesting night. And I know it's like, whoa, you've been streaming for 2 hours. What do you mean it's gonna be an interesting night? You've been saying weird shit this whole time. It's like, yeah, but now other people are gonna start saying some weird shit. It's about to be an even weirder time. Live weird, if you will. Livewire is my favorite way to refer to a lit joint from the rest of my life on now. Glad you were here for that Wednesday. Wilson, lying in bed, just like Brian Wilson did. Lying in bed, just like Brian Wilson did. Bare naked ladies. Anyways, I'm just gonna roll the ad a little early so I can for longer. BRB. Okay. Something I just thought. Just because I won't doesn't mean I can't. It's a lot of negatives, so I'm going to try to rephrase that to speaking in the positive. Though I chose otherwise means nothing that I have less than the capabilities to. No, I can't. I can't swing it. I tried. Let's go back. I think both. Okay, look, it's almost like This is what it was like for Ken Kesey's birthday. It was me, Ken Kesey, and Dr. Hunter S. Thompson sitting in a room together, sitting in a circle talking. And I just closed my eyes, pictured them, and kind of did my best to iterate who was speaking at what time. That is the vibe right now. It's me, DMX, Coolio. Newly dead people, when you think about it. Even Mac Miller is still, I did him and Curtis Mayfield the other night. Mayfield's been dead since 99, so like, whatever. But Mac Miller's like, damn, it was 4 years ago. Like, time being infinite somehow moves fast and slow. It doesn't feel like any time's passed because essentially none has. And yet it's already been 4 years. And so he's looking back. He's like, yeah, I guess I did a lot in life and it's cool. I miss it, but I've also been doing all the things I didn't get to do in life now. So DMX is kind of on that same path of like learning all these things that he hadn't yet realized in life and death. Whereas Coolio's been dead a few days and he's like, I'm still getting adjusted to not having a body. Right? So he's like down for this because it's almost like, I don't have, I don't know. I have a Catholic background. I'm a confirmed Catholic, so that's my background in necromancy, right? But it's like being a death doula for the dead rather than the dying. Okay, so it's not necessarily helping him transition, but it's definitely something where they feel a bit distant and a little confused. Where DMX on his own, it's different for everyone, but I'm working on an illustration to represent what I saw when I walked the edge of death. I've seen the Reaper. He's come to me a few times. People show me different things. It's like hollow caves of halls, but you can see whatever you want to, and you can go into different rooms. It's kind of like infinite. Like, I don't know. It's like there's definitely a place that we've all been, if that makes sense. And that's why I do think that when people say their near-death experience or what they remember when they were technically pronounced dead and whatnot is nothing, is because if you remembered, you just wouldn't come back. Okay, so, and some of us do remember, but it's almost painful because if the people that you remember don't remember also, then what do you do? So that's why it's like there are certain things like Laura Linney that just stand out to you where you're like, oh, in my life I maybe didn't realize, or like, maybe it's not about Laura Linney as much as whoever Coolio was with in his life. Maybe we're keeping that private, but they wanted to finish Ozark and he was busy and they never did. He never got that time. So death is like, it's a lot like the way it's depicted in many different things, but it's also based on what you believe in, right? Because like traditional hell is here right now. I don't know how anybody doesn't see that we are currently in hell, at least the holding room. You know what I mean? Like, life can be good, but some people enjoy hell. You think demons are having a bad time? No, they're getting fucking paid to do whatever it is that happens there, which is up for debate because I personally think hell is more like an underworld rather than like a place of torture. But I think that terrible souls probably do endure torture. People who avoid their karma in this lifetime definitely experience a lot of pain and suffering in the next lifetime. But some people take on their karma in this lifetime and pay their shit off now. And so it's like you may see someone whose life is real good. When these get the struggle, it's like you're going to pay for that later. For sure, for sure. But that's not to say that anybody who ends up in hell is automatically going to be tortured. No. Nobody has time for that. That's kind of like the opposite of the vibe. The whole thing is that we are righteous enough to be able to choose. Yeah, so that's kind of it, is like the holding room. And so a lot of people, for example, I have a friend who lost a parent that was pretty young. And I have a friend who passed when they were pretty young. And I see the two of them standing at the screen together, drinking beers that don't get them drunk, but they like beer, It tastes like beer, but it isn't beer. And there's standing there in the cave in front of the screen, and they just like, they're standing there drinking beers, and they're together. They talk to each other. They didn't really know each other in this life. They may have, I don't even think they met once. But because of the connections in our world, they're there. Because they chose not to go the path of reincarnation, because they chose to stay and wait, because they were the first of their fate, you know? They're waiting. Some people choose to wait. You stand there, you become a guardian angel, you become a saint, where you can't tell anyone what to do. You can scream at them. You can show up for them. You can give them signs. You can help maneuver them. And here's the beautiful thing. DMX is starting to Earl is starting to grasp this concept, whereas Artist is still trying to fathom it all. So he's learning. It's almost as if I'm teaching him things that I've already learned, that he's trying to grasp, because it's only been a few days, you know, and it's hard because time's so infinite that it feels like forever, and you can't even remember, but you're also so fixated that you don't realize where you are, right? So I'm glad that you're asking these questions, because it's also like, as much as DMX could be saying them, Curl, Artist is still trying to fathom himself, right? He's still also trying to grasp these concepts. These are tough. That's the thing, is so many people believe the humans are the extraterrestrials, right? That I do feel like the human body is but a shell, and maybe our soul is a larger being, you know, that we are outside of this world, right? And I think sometimes what we are, who we are in this lifetime, reflects, you know, and there's a reason for what we know or what we learn or what we perceive is because of what we're connected to. I think that in the same way that there are multiple entities, multiple religions, there are just as many multiple, say, extraterrestrial beings. And if you think of it that way and you splice it in every direction in the same way, sure. I think everybody, I think part of the big movement this year is that many species were coming to the same point as human beings were, where they're like, damn, we got a little in over our heads here, and it is a lot of war, it's a lot of fighting, it's a lot of this and that, and some are retreating and having second thoughts. You know, like reptilians right now, they've always been the bad guy, and they're like, damn, we have been the bad guy, and it's like, whoa, bad guy is becoming self-aware. Where does that leave the rest of us? And they're like, we don't really know, because who do we even hate anymore? Where is this evil coming from? And it's like, no one group in particular is the big thing, where it's like some people are, yeah, serving up their karma. And I think that's why a lot of people are waking up to these things or accepting these things. You see, hear my voice. They're starting to come to these conclusions because they're feeling this big effect of there's being a lot of power relinquished from this planet that people didn't know was here. And so what's left is very much human condition, humans realizing what's going on for the first time in many, many, many years, because there's so much, these planets, you know, moving backwards can affect other beings just as much as it affects humans, because we're all in the same universe. And humans have the least amount of understanding of how it works. Okay? But they've got some things figured out. Human beings naturally produce the frequency 405, and they don't know it. And if you try to find a recording of 405, it's a very rare frequency, and it's so rare it's impossible to find anywhere else in the universe, and that's what made Earth a commoditized planet and the target for intergalactic war. And that is why there's so much psychological warfare in this Earth, because they are trying to disrupt your natural frequency, which is a very rare frequency, 405, in the whole universe. So some people die and they're at peace with life and they go complete, they become energy, they might check in with their loved ones, but they don't watch, they don't stand, they don't stay in their human form. Some get jobs, and I have no other way to describe it. They get jobs. DMX got promoted. He definitely works. I can tell. I think that's why he was so present, and it has so soon, but he felt his purpose coming in before he passed away. So he was able to accept his role as a protector in a greater universe. I have friends who went that direction. It's just, there's just something, it calls, you know. And so, yes, I think sometimes being human is the karma. When you relinquish this body and you become one with a greater universe outside of you, and you can serve a greater purpose towards a more divine way of living than we have in the human experience of being very attached to the physical and to materials and to the world around us. Whereas in other parts of the galaxy or other parts of the universe, people are expanding with our expanding universe. Earth is in a cycle. It's pretty bad. It's almost like embarrassing in a way. Yeah. Oh, being called, being asked, not learning your lessons. Think of it this way. Breeding in itself is keeping you on this planet. And I think it speaks highly of people who reject breeding. And I'm not saying that just because I am one of those people. It is something I see in the people I know who can kind of take their lessons, or who have zero desire to inhabit. Everyone's different. But the less you have to carry, the maybe higher you go. But the more you connect to being here, perhaps the more natural you are. And so I think it does come down to like something that's come up in past streams. Okay, a few things I'm noticing is, why did the aliens come up and why am I smoking like this? Why am I smoking like this? Is this an alien thing or I was looking up stuff today. I think DMX is from Philly. COOLIO from the West Side. I should not be throwing up gang signs. I feel like it's an alien thing where it's like that's how they smoke up there. It's an alien thing. And we as humans do things and carried on traditions that we didn't even realize were once of a different planet, because we have no conceptual idea of what this planet even is necessarily. This stream tonight is a collaborative effort, but let's just bring up Agatha Christie now. Sometimes our divine purpose in life is to boldly chase the things that are forbidden to us. So while I am okay at respecting physical boundaries with people, okay, in the heat of the moment, for example, I might make a mistake, but I have enough restraint to not completely destroy what's in front of me, right? And so in other ways, I have destroyed other things in hopes or in chasing something. It's almost to the point of destruction in a sense. But in that, when you accept that you can deconstruct who and what you are, then you begin the process of creation. Holy fucking Agatha Christie was such a good call. That is incredible. This woman is incredible. This is all her. At first, I was like, what am I saying? And then it was like, listen to what she's saying. Oh my God, she's a writer. And what she's meaning of this is she wrote mystery novels. She wrote mystery novels. She wrote mystery novels, and her life became a mystery. She was gone for 11 days. She also does not remember. She can't address it. Some people learn in this life, others do not so much. I have chills like a motherfucker right now. She also does not know. So I'm glad you inquired, because full circle, that is a collective experience to wonder, right? And so some people have to chase that unabashedly, unashamed, unafraid. Agatha Christie, I was lucky enough to write novels. These men stood up, and in the face of adversity, in the face of danger, they sung their songs. They made music that of generations to come to birth, because at the time they were innovators, they were leaders, these men before me, Earl, artists. I could hide behind the pages and in the books and tell my stories in such a forward way where people thought of the mysteries as some kind of fantasy or fiction, but for me, they were like thoughts in my head. It was like discovering something while I was making it. It very much felt like Stranger Than Fiction. Every single time I wrote a novel, it felt like someone maybe told me that story. I always wanted to credit my work to someone, but I never had anyone to credit to. I guess God came up a few times for me. If you watch my interviews, I attributed that voice to God. Oh my gosh, I can really hear and see her, and I really don't even know who she is. I attributed that voice to God, but then these moments make me question. Let's do the ad break real quick. This is so cool. I love where this night is going, and it's a bummer for anybody who doesn't care to hear it, because honestly, it's for us anyways. So, say la vie. Of course I do. Of course I do. What the fuck? Of course I do. Yes, I do. Duh. You're stupid. Don't be stupid. I told you I know when you watch the stream. Don't make me read poetry. Because you can't sleep. Because you wake up from a dream. Every time you do, man. I know. It might be a little too late. But you can try anyways. That felt like the longest ad break in the world. We were having pretty good conversation. But it's hard because it's like a tilt-a-whirl. And that's the thing. So Earl's taking a job in the same way that many people do. That's why you see some like really the whole concept of the good dying young in a sense comes from a need to have a certain type of person on that side navigating and working, because even when you die old in a sense, like you can be whatever form you want to be over there, but it's about the mentality that you walk in with, where some people, the good that die young, are the people that have, I want to say it's those who have their heart chakras open and are strong. Like you'll notice a lot of people who die young might be really striking or strapping in some way, or tough, really tough in some way. It's because they've been recruited, and that's why some of them kind of feel that ominousity before they pass. Okay, DMX had that. He was like, what, 50 something? But, you know, he knew, because like I said, he was watching the plants breathe for 2 fucking years before he died. It took him a couple years to digest and say, hey, okay, I guess I could go that way. Sure, I'll do it. And that's why some people will be sick for a long time and live, and some people will die healthy, unexpected, because they get recruited, quite frankly. And that's not everyone. Some people refuse to serve their karma in this life and have to go serve that shit in hell. Good luck with your prison sentence, buddies. That is ridiculous. Do it now, man. It's so much more pleasant to be tortured here when you have all this fun stuff like colored lights and weed and water. Oh my God. You think you get water down there? Like, take your torture now in the fucking pleasure club rather than waiting to fulfill your sentence when you're dead. Because listen, eternity is way longer than this shit, and life drags on. Life is long. Time is slow. Like, are you kidding me? You think it's just drunk a clock every 5 minutes? By God, yes. You will lose your damn mind by 40%. That's not for me to say. There's a need. No. No, 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 no. Don't be sorry. It's interesting. I don't always know what the answer is going to be. I got this taste in my mouth. It feels so amazing. DMX got recruited. He got a promotion. He was pretty much amazing in this life. And Sagittarius. But like, gosh, I'm chilling. Oh, we were talking to Agatha Christie before the commercial break. That's probably the taste in my mouth, dude. How crazy of a night has this been? It's so cool, though. It's like, holy shit. Happy birthday, John Lennon. He was such a weird dude. I don't necessarily. That's the thing. There's some people who in life were so wretched I won't speak to them even in death, no matter how much they've learned. It's just like, nope. Until people can accept who you are, will I give you a platform to speak again? But it put John Lennon in perspective for me, where it's like, as much as he was terrible, he was not nearly as bad. And I just would have never been able to become myself if he didn't force me to look at it, at him, at me, at all of it. And I'm grateful for that experience, in a sense. But it hurts so much and is meaningless in so many ways. That maybe sometimes the only purpose in this life is to become stronger. In any way, shape, and form. Some people pass on just to keep lookout. Some people pass on to go other places. Some people pass on because they're sick of being human. Some people, whatever it is. Everybody's different. I think that Earl was in a place where he could accept his position. He was becoming disenchanted with being human. And COOLIO, or artist, was a bit more unexpected, a bit more unrevealed, a bit more undone, a bit more confused. And maybe it's because he just passed. I don't know that I've talked to many people that I didn't know this soon after. But I knew he was okay with it, or I wouldn't have wrote it down. Because he was a little surprised, just like I was, where I was like, damn, I talked about him today. And he's like, no shit, you did. Yeah, you can put me on that list. That's kind of how it went. Where it's like, he's like, you knew before I did, huh? And it's like, did you know? He's like, not at all. Whereas Earl was like, I definitely knew for years and wanted to tell people so badly what was happening to me, but I couldn't. And you'll know if you still have things to do on this earth. I think absolutely, regardless of humans, there's consciousness. The phrase self-inflated ego is coming to mind. They're saying it in a way that's not necessarily negative, so it's very hard to fathom. If you can imagine this, it's like the self-inflated ego is making sure that you as an individual is currently up to date with what you need to be doing to be great or be who you are. It's about understanding that the ego is what makes us an individual. This is a long time lesson that I learned in high school, and it sunk deep, where we have the ego, the id, and the super ego. Okay, so the id is the basic caveman. I eat, I sleep, I fuck, I dream. Right? The ego is just I talk, I dress, I walk, I am. Okay? And the super ego is I want, I need, I take, I conquer. Okay? And so when people are like, kill your ego, it's like, I mean, I guess if you wanted everyone to kill their egos, we would be amongst lions, right? And just communicating in the same way that everyone else in nature communicates by not speaking and somehow being symbiotic with one another, right? So when you ask about consciousness, of course, it's not confined to humans, it's hardly human at all. Humans use language and other complex ways of communicating, like media or even like streaming, right? What would you call this? I love that I stream because I've always been known for my stream of consciousness, but I used to write books. It was bad, I think, because I knew less. Obviously, I was younger and I knew less of magic, less of my powers, less of the stream, and it was less internet driven. Even my mouth right now feels like it's extending. It's like I think of Alice and Lewis Carroll. And he may have been a bastard, he may have been a pedophile, we don't really know, right? But Alice was a real girl. And so it's like you're always going to root for Alice, no matter how evil of a bastard Jabberwocky was. He immortalized her. And so while we associate her with Lewis Carroll, how many people actually know that Lewis Carroll wrote Alice in Wonderland anymore? And that's Alice Revenge. He thought, but she did. Okay? Wow. Are we getting a little bit of that right now? Like, that's beautiful, isn't it? Where it's like, you can try to control someone's life, but if you do, they will control the rest of your eternity, dude. Like, be careful with not only what you wish for, but with what you do and what you've said and what you've already done. Okay? Once again, we don't need to start reading poetry, do we? Unless, of course, that's what we want to do, right? What are we turning a key for? What's this key for? What are we locking up here, bro? Huh? I see you came back. You know what I mean? Isn't that funny that it came up again? You gotta stop doing that. Just tune in or tune out. The drop on, move it. That's like the whole thing, right? That's like, it's like flowers are such the perfect analogy for every aspect of life. This is kind of Errol Simmons right now. Flowers are the perfect analogy for every aspect of life because at the center or at the core of everything there's a stem full of glucose, muscles, and photosynthesization. And these flowers bloom from petals into pictures of beauty and metaphors of women, of money, of even drugs. The rose, incomparable, and represents so much more than the world. It could never be a more perfect vision or beauty than a flower such as the rose. There's something so special about that, and that's why Tupac said that his grew from concrete. And that's why the Grateful Dead said theirs was American Beauty. And that's why I say here now that I'm so wrapped up in the soil of all the seeds I planted before I passed over. Okay, so that is so beautiful. What is more beautiful than the rose? What is more beautiful than the rose? And for some people, not only to forsake the garden, perhaps not everyone has had a near-death experience, and that is inherently the difference between what people can see or what people connect to, right? How much time did you spend in nature? Because Earl is like, I didn't spend time in nature until I was older. I grew up, once again, Never trying to overstep anybody or fact. You can fact check this yourself, but this is channel message. Earl is kind of like, no, I didn't spend time in nature until I was much older because I grew up in the projects, and so there was concrete. And yes, that's why you say things like the roses that grew there, anyways, because we still planted our seeds and we rooted ourselves into something that was created for us to be blocked from. We were never supposed to have roots, and here we were building fucking fortunes and building families and giving generational wealth where it was taken from us and paved over, okay? Paved over graves to say you can't have it, and we did it anyways. And that is why the metaphor in the sidewalk was so important, is because no matter what they put down, they should have not even given a sliver, because without a doubt, we would grow even from concrete, within, without. If I could do anything life differently, I would have cried a whole lot more. I would have been less and less and less of a man and done more chores. I would have become what my mother would have wanted, because I see it now. We blame women for everything. And I, without a doubt, was one of those people. Had a lot of children. Did he have a lot of kids? A few mothers to deal with, and never treated any of them right. And I think he was single at the end. Earl Simmons. I'm not positive, though. Once again, you can fact check all you want. Like, I'm not claiming. Thank you, Orchid Twilight. I thought you followed me the other night. That's so random. Maybe it was someone with a similar name. I am feeling like crying, and he would have cried more. It's like the toxic masculinity is so deeply ingrained into everything that we do in all of our practices that if he could have done even one thing differently, it would have been to cry in front of one of his homies or something like that. Like, just to be sensitive or to be vulnerable, because he was behind closed doors but wasn't up front. Yeah, there must have been someone with a very similar name from a raid the other night. Maybe, I don't know. Welcome. I do channel messages. I'm a necromancer. Um, I'm talking to DMX, COOLIO, AGATHA, CHRISTIE, and like kind of just celebrating John Lennon's birthday in the most fun ways. Yeah, a little bit. I am psychic, but then I debate if dead people just tell me things, because time works differently everywhere in the universe, and like I'm always somewhere, right? Time traveler more than a psychic. But it's okay. I'm just like doing my thing. Usually just kind of chilling, reading tarot. Lately, the last couple days, I haven't even needed to use the card, because I know who I'm channeling, and we get acquainted all day, you know. And I did think about DMX all day and was singing Rough Riders all night. But Coolio was a little more quiet because he's newer, so we were just very much in the thick of it. God, I hate to do this because you just got here, but I just gotta roll this ad so they don't auto roll them on us. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to be that bitch, but it's like a fucking penny anyway for a minute. So just deal, please, and stick around. We're doing channel messages. Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. That was so creepy. Come on, that was creepy as fuck of me. Please ignore Sarah Paulson, Lana Winters crossover. I'm obnoxious. And Oh my God. I love what I do. I love what I do. I do read tarot if because you're new here. I've just been chit chatting with Wednesday, Winds Delayed, with Brian Wilson's Italian grandson. Don't ask me what that means. Um, it's been a pretty quiet night. 22222. We'd love to see it. But since you're new here, welcome. It's an interesting night. Lady de los Muertos is the only card that has come out tonight, and that means that you do owe me a tip of some kind. You did follow me, so hopefully that will suffice her. But whenever she comes out, that's what that means, is that it is owed, and it is to be paid, or to do once again with an 8. That's on her plate, right? Very cute. Um, I do tarot, but it's Halloween. It's the month of Halloween. I was doing demon readings, but sometimes the channel messaging just is too in depth. We're talking DMX, COOLIO, AGATHA, CHRISTIE, and celebrating John Lennon's birthday. And as the necromancer, it's been very fun. I think whoever the fuck this dude is having a good time. Seems like it. It's been interesting enough. You may learn a lot, mostly about death during this time. Kind of tempted to pull out the demon cards for some reason, though. Are you dealing with a karmic connection? Is that because the thing is, okay, here's the thing. My demon cards, it's tarot, but they're oracle. They're like individual demon cards. They're not actual tarot. But they, on the regular day, for me, I've always described them only to things that people would associate with, like, something that is demonic or hellish, which to me is, like, work and money and finances. But, I just, yeah, I feel like, I said, are you dealing with a karmic? And somebody skedaddled, so I feel like the moment has passed. But if you want, I can wrap up the Halloween Oracle and we can do demon readings. Because whoever left is who needed the message. But we can still do the demon oracle. So that's the thing. I associate them more with like career, labor, finances, things that you'd associate with health. And also recently realized that they are great for karmic readings because I do soulmate readings and love readings. And then I also do twin flame readings. It's weird because it's the mystery deck that I do for alien readings, but they're also used for twin flame readings, and I did not decide that they did, which I thought was pretty interesting. And so I realized the demon deck is karmic readings, karmic connections. So someone's dealing with a karmic, and when I said that, they were like, nope, I'm out of here. I was like, okay, well, don't. But during the month of October, it is Halloween, and so I do allow the demons to run freely and let them do what they want. They are good to me. They behave well. They don't ask to come out more than necessary, but they don't get a lot of love throughout the year, so I let them say what they want about what they want during the month of October because it's theirs, you know? So we'll do that because my plan this month was to do Demon, Halloween, Angel, but like last night, my reading was very intense. Like, it was so cool, though. It was really cool. But I feel like tonight's lineup is not as invested in it and, like, haven't been dead as long as the people last night. So there's just, like, a different vibe where, like, they're a little more hesitant. And I feel like we did a bulk of that reading. And we could be done with it, but I would love to, like, check in with them and see if there's any last messages and then wrap it up and move on to the next part of the evening. I started super late, so I mean the whole night's been quiet. Now we got a third viewer now. That's great. It's been a fucking quiet night. That's okay. I'm in the mood. I'm drinking this fucking very boozy coffee per John Lennon's request for his birthday, per Coolio and DMX being like, hey, even Agatha Christie wants to drink some whiskey. So cheers, everybody. Happy birthday. It's been a great night. For real. It's been a great night. I truly do love what I do. I really do. It's also full moon. That's the other very fun aspect of it. So also remember that with the full moon, that you're releasing things that you don't want to come with you. Oh, welcome back. Okay, that's really funny. I don't know where you left off. Listen, welcome back because I said karmic reading and then I noticed my view count dropped by 2 and you came back and 2 came with, which like thanks if you're giving double views or somebody's like following you. Okay, cool. So you are due for a karmic reading. You're dealing with a karmic connection. I'm sorry if you didn't know that. I feel like you are at the point where you realize it. We're going to do a karmic reading after I close out the Halloween oracle that we're in right now because we are connecting with DMX, COOLIO, AGATHA Christie, and John Lennon, which is a lot, but none of them wanted to really come forth with too much. If you're interested in it, there is some good messages in the second hour of this reading, I would say. Maybe not the second. Yeah, the second hour. The first hour we just talked chit chat. I don't know. It's like cut throughout where you learn a lot about me. But there's little messages from them spruced throughout, and maybe later in the night we'll talk about Agatha Christie's disappearance. But just understand that because both Earl and Artis are very newly dead, they did channel some messages, but they would like to just participate in what we call the party vibe, of being half dead, half alive, still being very connected to human life and the human world, and experiencing it full force within us. Yeah, so we're going to do a little bit other readings tonight and then maybe come back to this because we are all dying to know what the fuck happened to Agatha Christie for 11 days when she disappeared and nobody knows what the fuck happened and she never addressed it until the day she died. And of course, we are very alien intensive on this channel, right? So, like, we're kind of thinking, like, Agatha, baby, did you get abducted? And she's like thinking maybe she did, but let's do the karmic readings. Let's take like a cosmic break because last night, if you watch my readings from last night, Frida's Friday night art party, incredible. The messages were like bam, bam, bam. I did not stop and bullshit at all. Maybe I did, but like, no. We fit like 7 people into a 5-hour stream. It was a beautiful night, and the messages were very fluid, and they were very consistent, and they were very present. But tonight, you'll notice I get into it, and then I start talking about myself, and I also feel like I'm establishing a bond with these people who are very much new at the death part. And when I was I kind of caught your message while I was speaking, and I got this very elevated feeling in my eyes. What is AE? And I love that. I feel like that person's important, and I want to be connected to them if you don't mind, if you send me the name or something. I literally I didn't know what that message said, but when I looked at it and was speaking, I literally felt this like, ah. So I feel like I would love to know who that is or what stream you're speaking of. If you don't mind dropping a name, I'll follow or whatever. You can send it to me privately. That's so weird. Just maybe send me a message of whatever the gamer tag is, but I gotta check it out. This person, there was a weird feeling. Okay, so anyways, oh, he watches it. Okay, I was confused. I thought he was streamed, but you should definitely bring him on here. There's something where, like I said, when I caught that message out of the corner of my eye, I felt like this, like, feeling. So what were we talking about? We're talking to everyone. So they kind of just want to be a part of things. They want to get adjusted to being like, okay, so being dead is kind of cool. And it's like, yeah, no, it is. Like, low key it is. It's not cool. It's not cool. Living is even cooler. But, like, it's chill. Like, it's okay. it happens to everyone eventually, and the more you embrace that you have a role to play from the great beyond, and it served a greater purpose than the one that you could serve here, right? And even if you, I'm sorry if there's somebody on the stream who lost someone who was young or like was a child, and it's very hard to grasp because everyone is like, kind of like, oh, well, if God exists, why would he like kill a child? And it's like, literally because some children are so advanced in some way. Their chakras are like open when they're born, and they are destined to kind of like be eternally children in the sense that they carry on that spirit and are the patron saint of other children in life. It's like this beautiful thing. Like, I'm sorry, I feel like this is a very personal message. Like, someone in their life who's watching right now lost someone who was a child, and you always like hated reality for that because it's like, why would you do that? It's so cruel. But you have to understand that that means that soul, like, not only could it not risk getting corrupted, but it was like that person's life was so complete in such a short amount of time that like they were ascended before the average person, and you have to like realize that the angelic state of that child to have been taken at the time was like a transcendent experience even for someone at such a young age. And they knew that they always had a hard time resonating on a human level or human frequency, where when they had the opportunity to ascend, they took it. Like, even though they were, what, 9 years old or something like that. Um, Maybe even like younger, like more 6 years old. Ninth month, maybe their birthday just passed, and that's why you're even thinking about it right now. I'm sorry, that's a very specific message for someone, but you have to understand that that child was a warrior of God. If you want to attribute it to God, you can attribute it to God, but that child was ascended and like ready to fight the good fight and be the leader of other lost children in such a sense. Not like Peter Pan, but like Archangel Michael being 14 when he passed away. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That was just the message that came through just now. I don't know if somebody's going to watch the replay and get it, if nobody resonated with it. A couple people left during that time, so they may have not been able to handle it, and they might want to come back and watch it later. But there was someone who lost a young person, and like, they've never been able to let it go or forget it, and it was just a message coming through being like, that child is still very active and present in this world, and they are a guardian angel, and they have served a higher divine purpose and like experienced all they needed to in human life. And like, it was a very beautiful treasure, to have known that child in its human form. Literally, I don't know who that was for. I can't even think of someone in my own life. Like, that was very, very much, I'm very moved by whatever that was or whoever that was for. Someday they'll know. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. This was definitely like a 9-year-old child. No, this was like a child who, yeah. This was for someone who like knew someone who like had passed away when they were about 9, yeah, somewhere around the age of 9. Unless you lost your parents when you were at age 9, that would be pretty uncanny, and I'll give it to you. But if you were not that young, then no, probably someone else's message, oddly enough. It was weird too because it came on very suddenly. Oh yeah, I don't know. That's interesting, especially because 3 times 3, right? Um, I don't know. But I heard it's a lie. So something someone told you, perhaps the way that they died was a lie. I don't want to get into it. You probably would have to really book a private reading for that. I'd like to establish contact. And I don't want to say there's like an alarm going off, but I don't know who it is because it does not sound familiar to me. You guys, I will be right back. Give me 1 second. Okay. Hello. I'm back. Okay, sorry. There was like an alarm. It was weird because it's like a weird time and a weird day for an alarm to be going off, and I thought it was coming from this room, but it wasn't. So I'm sorry. I do 20-minute ad breaks, so this one was a little early. Hopefully, they don't free roll one because I think it's like 21 minutes. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. So, I love what I do. But yeah, I don't know if I don't really want to get into it. I really feel like there could be a very long and detailed message waiting for you if you were interested in going down that road, but like that's not what my channel is for, if that makes sense. Nor am I trying to sell you anything, but I also don't want to like say that at least one of your parents may have been Chinese and once again could maybe not be connected to you, but something about their death was a lie, or maybe lied to you about something about it. That's what I'm getting for that. But like once again, there's like this shit-eating grin on my face where like I don't want to talk about it on the stream right now. But if you can, if you want a personal reading, we can work something out. Because there's some tea, some drama, some stuff to work out there for sure. Like, totally like, what is that about? And I shouldn't be giggling because we're talking about deceased people, but in my line of work, it's the energies that they send, where it's like, it's kind of like your mom would love to talk to you, yeah. I drank that whole coffee drink. That was like 3 shots. I never drink this much. Oh, maybe it wasn't your message, but yes, I see some like one of your maybe your mom being Chinese. You said your parents passed away. I don't know. Um, maybe I was wrong. Nothing from the dad. I don't know what that's about. Maybe that's what the giggling is about. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to talk about it on the stream. So, anyways, sorry, lots going on right now. Interesting though. Like I said, you can message me. We can work something out, and you can get a personal reading. But it's interesting that you were like, oh, maybe it's different, and then when you said that, there's a few things that came up. I don't know. That's like weird to put on someone. I get that, but um, this is not time or place for that conversation. So, I do like to try to establish contact with at least someone, but it's weird on Twitch because it's like not always 100%, and sometimes I get trolls and like people deny or don't understand messages the way they come in necessarily, or there will be things that they didn't know, and I'm passing on a message that they needed to hear rather than one that they would understand. Um, but tonight it's been really pretty divine, and I really love to see it. And I think that Earl Simmons, aka DMX, is not necessarily having a great time being dead, but like again, ascended and got a promotion and got a new job, just like we were talking about with that child, whatever that message was that came through. Like I was tearing up. I was not even trying to pretend or hide it, like I wasn't tearing up, you know? That was a very powerful angel message that came through. And I don't know who it was for, but I hope that they heard it, and I hope they, you know, it honestly blows my own mind. This is water, not wine. I am the Antichrist, okay? I'm trying to get the people to drink water, not wine, Jesus. Come on, who's the party king here? The Antichrist or the Jesus Christ? You're the one making the water and not wine, Jesus. I was known as the rave mom back in the day because I always had water on me. So, who's the party king? I would say Jesus. Okay? I would say Jesus. Listen, I'm sorry that I am a little goofy on this channel. It's very heavy stuff in a sense. Um, okay. So you're new here, and I see that we have a couple extra viewers than we've had for the rest of the night. It's been pretty much me and a lurker and Wednesday Adams. But we've been talking to DMX and Coolio and Agatha Christie and John Lennon. Although, because I'm a necromancer, and it's what I do, I talk to dead people. And I've done enough personal readings to understand that my accuracy is very, very much on point, and though there is no way to fact check or quantify what I say for figures or people that I don't know or have never met, and that is always up for debate, and I have no problem admitting that I could be wrong or misinformed. I also trust what I hear based on my positive and quantified data, where when I do personal readings and I get feedback from a person who's like, whoa, that's crazy, blah, blah, blah. So I've had enough of those. I've had enough ways to confirm. Okay, so I kind of want to wrap up the Halloween Oracle, and then we'll do the demon readings and do karmic and blah, 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 blah. If y'all want to see my tarot, actually, rather than just the channel messages, but it's up to y'all. I just feel like, so this is what happened. I have a list for Halloween, people that I want to do channel messages, the deceased. I took requests from people on Twitch and Instagram and added a few that came to mind. Oh my god. I'm not like drunk, but I feel like indifferent. And I don't know how else to explain that I feel indifferent. Happy birthday, John Lennon. So I took requests, I compiled a list. And when asked, DMX said that he would want to talk to someone he knew in this life, and he chose Coolio. And Coolio was like, wow, I feel like an asshole, because if anyone I could talk to in this whole world, I would talk to Agatha Christie, and we all kind of had a good chuckle about that. But once I started the stream, right from the get-go, we are tipsy, fam. This is so crazy. I don't usually drink, but I concocted this potion for John Lennon's birthday, and I promised to drink for his birthday, and today's October 9th, and the boys wanted liquor. They wanted liquor and weed, and I am a little tipsy. I am not gonna lie, but it is easier for the spirits to come through when I'm a little inebriated, because my released inhibitions make it easier to inhibit. Okay, so like you get a more authentic read, but I feel like, oh my God, I'm trying to not embarrass myself at the same time. So bear with me. And that's the thing, when I'm tipsy or like a little drunk, there's only certain cards I'll use, and it is Halloween Oracle and the Demon deck, because Halloween Oracle is like a lot of deceased people did drink, and so like the alcohol doesn't deter it. The Thoth deck I'll use also, but some of them are too sacred, I won't. Channel message probably coming through. What happened to Agatha? Okay, so DMX was like, I'd love to talk to Coolio. He's on your list. He's recently deceased. And Coolio was like, I feel like I don't want to offend anybody, that I would have chosen Agatha Christie over anyone. And I was like, that's such an interesting choice. Who is that? And why do I know that name? She was a mystery novelist. And apparently we learned on stream earlier, you can start from the very beginning. It's so crazy. That Agatha Christie went missing for 11 days. This is this woman who writes mystery novels, okay? She wrote mystery novels like The Orient Express and A Death Note on the Mountain or something like that. Like, she wrote mystery novels for a living. And she went missing for 11 days. She was going by an alias. She was found like in another city going by an alias, and never spoke about what happened in the 11 days that she was missing. It was never addressed again. It did not come up in her biography. She never talked about it. It's so funny. And so, like, Coolio was like, if I could talk to anyone, it would be Agatha Christie, because in his life, like, granted, he is recently deceased. Coolio, R.I.P. But his whole thing was like, yo, that was something in my lifetime that I always wanted to know. Like, what happened to Agatha Christie? I think he read her novels. Like, he was actually a fan. He read her novels. And that's not something that you would necessarily be able to Google and fact check about Coolio, right? Like, it's not. And I get that. And maybe his family member, like, she's making that up. And it's fine. You can think that, look, I have to reload my player. Did we just lose connection? I don't know if it was just my end lost connection, or did we lose connection? I don't know. It's very disputable. It's not 100%. Like, I'm not going to pretend like I know better than anyone who knew these people in real life. I'm hearing what I hear. I have verified my connections many times throughout my work. Right? Okay, that's good to know. Good to know. Last night there's like 4 videos from one stream. Okay, so one of them has Native American roots even. But yeah, so Coolio was like a fan of these mystery novels. Like, he read these novels, whether people realized it or not, or want to admit that he did or not, or knew that he did or not, because for being in his industry and being who he was and having the reputation that he did, and like already kind of being known as soft just because his lyrical content was so deep. This is definitely like a general message, but his lyrical content was very deep, so he was always kind of questioned or pushed and seen as sensitive or soft. So like in his lifetime, he didn't want people to really know what he was about or who he was, because he was those things and that was true. But he kind of would laugh it off and be like, yeah, whatever, like, it's just poetry, it's just like I'm making music, it's not really like all me. But it was, like, he was easy to read. He was a Leo, he was a fixed sign. Like, fixed signs are very noble, they're very like, what's the opposite of self-serving? They like are self-sacrificing in a sense, but also like know their worth, but like don't know how to get it. Okay, so he struggled with that for sure, but he was so willing to like give up everything he knew for different things in a sense. But anyways, he did like these novels. He loved Agatha Christie novels. I don't know if that's like a common known thing. I doubt it. I feel like it was a secret. Like, I feel like somebody may have exposed him at one point, and like he denied, like he feels weird about the fact that he denied it, because it was such a culture back then. Like, there was so much precedence over like what it meant to be masculine and to be a rapper. Even like, he couldn't just be reading old white lady novels about mystery murders and stuff. Like, that was embarrassing. But now he's like, no, that was a badass lady who went missing for 11 days and never could recount what happened to her. That's very interesting. So he always had an interest in Agatha Christie and like read her novels, okay? And like everyone's laughing about it now, but like again, when he was alive, it's like that's something that would have like embarrassed him and humiliated him. And he finds it very sad. So like no regrets about life, but it's just those little things and those little details where it's like, please work on yourselves and work on culture and like the way that you perceive others and the way that you function to the point where we do accept that people do these things necessarily, okay? And it's weird that I've been saying necessarily almost out of context all night. It's interesting. It's an interesting choice of words. Someone has native roots on this list, but I don't know who it is, and I want to say it's DMX, and that's why he was like chosen in a sense. And he started seeing his life path very late in life because he had his music career, and he did have such an influence on popular culture and like the nature of people and like the way people perceived rappers or like I don't know. He was very influential. Rough Riders was like an OG rap group. Like it's not to like discredit anything that Lil Kim or any of them did. Like they were at the forefront or the precipice of rap music as we know it today because they were in the 90s making the music and doing the songs and like putting themselves out there and being on display for other people to not only connect to but consume and like they consume their souls. Like he does not necessarily believe in any specific religion. There's this weird voice to him. It like reverberates into my bones, but he also sounds like an annoying valley girl white woman. And last night, Artemisia also sounded like a valley girl, even though she was Italian. So it was like a valley girl with an Italian accent. It's really weird. So there's like this valley girl vibe of like, I knew who I was in this life, and I knew who I am in this next life. And no one will mess with that or mess with me. And like I can like because I can. Because I can. Like that's DMX right now. Because I can. Because I can. Like he just wants to be like not gay. That came up earlier too, where it was like not gay, but this energy of like, oh, why can't I just be who I want to be? You know, like be a tired white valley girl, like just like an exhausted, like a spoiled brat, like God. And I don't know what the draw to that is necessarily. Like I don't know why that stands out for Earl, but there's something very humorous in it where it's like very much enjoyable, very much um not sympathetic or revenge, but something if you were to take sympathetic and add revenge to it, it's like that weird like recompense is what we call it. Recompense is like when you pay your penance and reconcile at the same time, where it's like not only are you paying this person back, but you're like making up for these lost deeds. So recompense is the energy where he's like the way he wants to serve back is like very much fingers in the air on the beach in the Bahamas. Like he never was. Like even though he could have afforded a vacation like that, well, let me tell you, he never took them. He sent his family on vacations in the Bahamas, and he went one time and like had to leave, so he never planned a vacation again. He was very stubborn. God damn it. God damn it. Like that is Earl's energy now, where he's just like, God damn it, and like wish he took those vacations, but now he lives in Barbados somewhere else. Okay. Fearing death is pointless because death was the most exhilarating part of life, and you should appreciate that life prepares you for the death that you are going to have, and you should listen to the messages and the memos that life leaves you to lead you to your ultimate demise, because that is the intended purpose of life, is this magnificent course in which you become the next creature of your own dawn. Okay? That is cool as fuck. That's very deep. It's very beautiful. Fucking love that. I really fucking love that. Like, really truly feel this very blissful feeling. I felt it all day. Very happy. Very much like woke up kind of in a good mood. Kind of confused. I've been a little lost in life in my own time, but like I know that I'm doing this for the next month. And so I'm trying to allow myself to ignore what's going on in the outside and just channel what's going on in the inside and maintain what I'm needing to do. It's always like this every month when I'm coming off my period, but this month happens to be Halloween. So it's like this transition into like the living dead, the walking dead, the living life, the dead life, the living dead. I don't know. You get it. You get it. You get it. I'm hearing the back song. Hey, you my sun-eyed girl. Hey, my sun-eyed girl. Interesting thing about Beck is like I loved him in high school because I went to a white suburban high school because I'm a white suburban weirdo. You know what I mean? Um, but he was so cool to me in high school, and then at some point I was like, oh, he's just some basic white dude. And then I got older and like I revisit his music now and I'm like, God damn it, why does he have to be pretty good? Like Beck actually holds up and I hate that in a way. Like damn, kinda like not jealous, but actually like yeah, no, he's pretty much as good as he seems. Beck is kinda cool. He's alive and everything, but like his music's pretty good, I'm not even gonna lie. So I would love to listen to that song right now. Hey, my sun-eyed girl. Hey, voices all over the place. He's recovering from hormonal drops, dips, jumps, and leaps and bounds, whatnot. Going from testosterone to estrogen and trying to find my voice again. So, where were we with it? DMX will definitely be back to talk. Probably Sagittarius season. His birthday is December 18th, but you can expect him as early as December 8th. He was here for John Lennon's birthday. He'll be here for John Lennon's death day, but DMX signing off for the evening. He's got shit to do. He appreciates everybody who showed up for him, who, even in the rewatch, if they couldn't be here because it is late in the night, but he was a little nervous. It was his first appearance since he's been deceased. Love that. Thank you for this evening. The drink is gone. As soon as this cup was empty, they were like, all right, great night. Liquor's gone. I'm out. Like, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Coolio, like I said, he's still getting adjusted, but is very curious about Agatha Christie. However, Agatha Christie might require a mystery deck, and I think I'm a little exhausted tonight, so we might have to revisit that come November. We might revisit the Agatha Christie case come November. We do suspect that it may have been aliens. Like me, Coolio, Agatha, Wednesday Adams. We all kind of suspect that it may have been aliens. So we're going to revisit that come November, not to disappoint. But we are going to close off the channeled readings tonight. The drink is gone. Happy birthday, John Lennon. This was so much fun. I love you all so much. Mwah. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Okay. That was me signing off with the deceased people, not with the living people. So we are gonna roll our ad break because we do it every 20 minutes. I cannot believe I've only been streaming for 3 hours. We will discuss that right after this 60 seconds. Hey y'all. Wow. That was so fun. That was so cool. I love that. Happy birthday, John Lennon. Y'all owe me a tip. Don't care how it comes. Don't care what it is. Lady de los Muertos is the only card that came out tonight from the Halloween Oracle. I use the Halloween Oracle during my channel messages, but for the past 2 nights I haven't needed the cards, and she's come out both times. Y'all owe me. And you ain't gonna be happy if you don't pay it. What's this one? Hearth, happiness in our hearts and homes. Trust me, you're gonna want to pay it forward. To moi. It does not have to be monetary. It can come as a follow. It can come as a comment. It can come as a positive review, a reference, a personal reading that you book. However you want to do it. Lady has shown her face twice in these past 2 days. Y'all owe me. Y'all need to give it up, however it is. So, we are done with the channeled messages for the evening. It was a lot of fun, and we got some really good stuff. You should definitely rewatch these last few hours. To close out with the Halloween Oracle, I use this deck specifically for channel messages with the deceased. And I also use it for shadow self readings, shadow work readings, Night of the Dark Soul, if that rings a bell. Like, that's what these cards are for, channeled messages with the deceased and with the shadow self. So, real quick, not so quick, there's kind of a lot of cards, but some messages before we sign off on this deck. We're going to do some shadow work, basically, before we go to bed. I dropped a card. Here it is. There's at least one face down and in reverse, although we don't always count reverses in this deck. Okay. They're all broken up, but basically the bottom of the deck is scrying, which is intuition. And as much as I see scrying, I feel like the energy lately is spying, okay? And I know I'm guilty of it, where I'll peep on people and I check on things in a way that is very surface level, okay? I'm gonna sneeze. Thank you. I'll admit I'm working on my astral projecting, so maybe I'm being a little more invasive than I mean to be because I am practicing, okay? So I can admit to that. But this energy of scrying and trusting your intuition also makes me think that your intuition indicates that this is spying. This is maybe somebody keeping a close eye on you or spying on you, or you doing that to someone else, or realizing that that is a mutually reflected behavior, okay? Because once again, we're talking to the shadow self. We are not talking zodiac, horoscope, tarot reading, love me not. We are talking to the darker side of ourselves, the things we don't want to see, the things we keep in the dark, the shadow we cast as our light shines and leaves a mark, right? In the way that is all of the things that you wish no one would see, that are cast out of the light and into this dark imprint against our own reflection. The shadow self, okay? So scrying, intuition. Just understand that if you're hearing this, you're meant to, okay? Oh, I feel so... We have the veil, the future, and the hearth, happiness in our hearts and homes. So when you think of the future, try to picture yourself somewhere personal. Try to picture your house. Try to picture where you're going to be living. Try to picture, like, what you'll be doing. Because right now, the veil is thin. Like, it's October. It's spooky season. It's the beginning of Libra season until Black Friday that we are in this state of, like, not necessarily death or perpetual bliss, but something in between the two. Correct? Correct. Where it's like, it's time to recognize that we are seeing bits of our future, and we are seeing, like, what is to come and what will be. And we need to embrace that and build that and bring that not only into our energy, but into our physical space, into our homes, into our family dynamics, and being like, this is what I want, this is what I'm doing, This is what I'm building within this room, within this quarter, within this hearth. Okay? And recognize that what you see now is not necessarily fantasy, it is your future. It's not some weird vision, dream, fantasy. You are seeing your future. That's what spooky season is all about. You're seeing your future. Okay? Yeah, your future spouse, probably. Probably. Like, that's what you're seeing. It's, you cannot trust your intuition at all times of the year because it's just based on what you want. But if you're seeing a vision right now of someone, you are seeing your future spouse. You know what I mean? And during this time when the veil is thin and it's very hard to determine between the waking living and the waking dead, because everyone's up. It's demon hours, right? That's what we're doing next. We started after midnight for a reason. Happy birthday, John Lennon. We've already downed our drink and drank our coffee. Okay? So, here's the thing. Eternal love. Love is love is love, and it transcends physical death with invisibility, authenticity. If you aim to acquire such a love that is so true that it follows you from lifetime to lifetime and it transcends and ascends and descends with you, then you better be who you need to be to obtain and maintain that love at all times. If you really want to call that love into your life, if you really want to manifest those lifetimes of a connection with this soulmate or person that you've bonded with, then you better be it at all times, in the night, in the dark, behind the scenes, behind the shadows. If you have to be it to receive it. It's not even just to believe it, but to be it. To become what needs to be, what holds these things, and what has those kind of connections and that depth of love in their life is the person who is who they are behind closed doors and up front. Skull of Flowers, breathing through the ashes. Yeah, so maybe a lot has happened. Maybe a lot of things have come to pass, burned down, bridges, whatever they are. Like, yeah, it can be sad. It's like a lot has happened. Look, skeleton strength. You gotta, like, buck up and realize, hey, okay. Right? Like, okay, I can do this. I'm going to keep doing this. Eternal love is love is love, and it transcends physical death. So, what is that to say that it is not kind of, I don't know how else to describe that. I don't know what I'm, it's kind of like right there. All right, y'all, listen. Listen. This is lit. I love that we're doing a shadow reading real quick. These two face down cards are in reverse. So when cards are face down, it's what needs to come to surface. And when they're in reverse, it's like the opposite. And then I've got these 4 face up cards. And I know I just took an ad break, but I honestly didn't even realize, like, it's been a minute since I, like, took a bathroom break. And I drank this whole drink and, like, I filled this wine bottle full of water. I have to pee, so, like, I'm a little off schedule. I'm 10 minutes early, but before I get too into these cards, I need to pee. I will be right back. I'm playing the 3-minute ad because it's going to take me some time. Please stay tuned. We're doing shadow readings, and then we're going to do karmic readings with the demon oracle, so please do stay tuned in. I will be right back, but I have to pee before I forget again that I even had to in the first place, so do it now before you forget how to move. Tool rule of the house? Okay. Mwah, to my ex-wife. Oh my god, you're all right here. I have to pee so bad. I will literally be right back. Shadow readings right now. Karmic readings up next. Please stick around. I'm in it, okay? But I have to pee before it's too late. All right, y'all, I am back. Holy shit, I went quite some time. Quite some time. That was literally the longest break that I've taken in the last 3 hours. Oh shit, we need to take care of this lag situation. Usually if I just X out and redo this, it fixes itself. One moment, please. Okay. Hi. How's it going? Okay, let's see. Did we fix our lag problem? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Okay. So we're doing and we back 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 and we back. What song is that? Acid made me crazy. The squares just made me looser, and this wax just made me lazy. And I still made this song, and I'ma make another. And if you ever actually ask me, better watch out for my brother, right? Is that Chance the Rapper? Isn't it the first track on Acid Rap? No, couldn't be. Is it that? I don't know. Anyways, and we back, and we back, and we back, and we back. I have a very good feeling in my chest. I really do love it. Okay. So, we were doing channel messages this evening. We talked to Earl Simmons and our artists, Leon, Ivy, and Agatha Christie, and John Lennon. Okay. But I have, we've resigned from that portion of the evening, at least temporarily. We might pick it up again in November or later this evening. We shall see. Currently, we're wrapping up with the Halloween Oracle by doing a shadow reading. So we're talking to the shadow self. We're talking to your dark side. We're talking to the part of you that you push away and want to stuff and suffocate and pretend doesn't exist. We are pointing it out, addressing it, and pulling it forward to say, hey, you're still not only lovable, but loved when you are in these states. And that is what is our saving grace, okay? So before we put the Halloween Oracle away, we're doing a shadow reading because it's what we do. We have the underworld where all things pause and begin again. So point that we made earlier was about how some people decide to serve zero karma in this lifetime and fully enjoy 24/7 and have like everything they ever wanted. And some people decide to serve their karma in this lifetime and they like get to go somewhere more pleasant than the very cliche hell that you would think of. So there's this like distinction there that this it's like the underworld. What are you gonna do? I want to light a Leo incense because earlier I meant to light Leo for Coolio and I lit Virgo instead. So I want to light a Leo incense real quick. So the underworld is here to remind us that it's this time of year. So connect with your ancestors, connect with your relatives, light the candle, go to the mass, say the prayer. Book the reading even. It's not necessarily a shameless kind of self-promoting as much as it's like for you because it is that time of year, especially if your ancestors are maybe Mexican. Not just from the accent, but the fact that Day of the Dead is coming up. So if you're here on the Necromancer's channel, then know that it's a personal message if your culture celebrates the deceased, right? Okay, so Estrega over here, she will help you with the romance and necromancy because I am of Roman descent. Yes, Leo incense. Okay. Oh, this smells so good. Back to the shadow. Oh, something about that brings me back to high school in the most pleasant way that you could imagine. Oh, I was sneezing a bunch, I think, when I was on commercial break. It happens a lot where I won't sneeze all day until I'm on the stream. And it feels like there's always a reason to be sneezing, which sounds very strange, but I find to be quite true. Okay, so we have dawn, the light after the darkness. So we may be doing a shadow reading now, but we're about to get into the bliss that comes after you do the shadow work. Where if you are tuning into these readings, then we are coming to the end of our shadow periods or our dark nights of the soul. Like we are coming to a close. We are maybe like 3 years deep into this reading or these feelings of this shadow. In winter, the sacredness of pausing, it might be like a little bit of a stall, a little bit like nothing going on this winter, but then all of a sudden, I think come January, so what do we consider winter? Where the winter fall equinox, the winter solstice is not until what, November 21st? So who's to say when winter starts and begins in a sense where I think by January has been the resounding message. January is when things start to come together and you realize them for what they really are. Cauldron, synergy, and healing. This is the time. Okay, here's the thing. If you feel like reaching out to someone, if you want to apologize, if you need to get something off your chest, if you need to say something to somebody, now is the time to do it because guess what? Guess what? Mercury is no longer in retrograde, it's back direct. The shadow period's over. If you are still feeling like you need to get something off your chest, then this is a genuine time to do it. Because now, full moon, we have released everything that we do not want to come with us. The full moon actually is, I think, right now. Yeah. Peak full moon. What do you not want to take with you? What do you want to release? What do you want to leave behind? What do you want to just let go of? For this new upcoming cycle, for the moon, for the month. Okay. What do you want to just leave in the past? Let it go then. Right now is the time. Fuck this, fuck that. Or just make this better, release this, release that. Let go of the ambiguous, anything that is not good for me, anything serving anything less than my highest good. Release. The moon is full right now. Okay? That's beautiful. So, what do you want? Think about it. So, when you get to the full moon, you know exactly what you ask for, right? So, you gotta be able to let go for this full moon and be able to create for the new moon, which will be in a few weeks. But synergy and healing. Because Mercury is back direct, retrograde's over, shadow period has passed, it went to direct the 2nd, it's now the 9th. It's been an entire week. This is genuine feelings now. If you still feel a need to apologize if the feeling is not passed, then you need to do that. Then you need to say that. Then you need to make amends. Synergy, healing. Synergy is two energies working together. Energies coming together, working together. And the healing, for the purpose of healing. Okay, apologizing and then getting it out of the way and working as a team and doing things as an operative and realizing that you're just a piece or a part of something greater than yourselves. That is going to be the key. So the cauldron, synergy and healing. It's not about playing nice. It's not about doing the right thing. It's about coming together and healing the situation because it's the only thing that you can do. If you're supposed to play nice, it would be synergy and sweetness, not synergy and healing. Skull of light, illumination, and apple, risk and reward. So I don't usually honor the reversals with this deck, and also you'll notice the accent's pretty heavy, right? It's kind of weird. That means I'm channeling somebody or something. You don't know what it is. But skull of light, illumination in reverse would indicate that something has already been revealed to you and you're ignoring it and putting it back in the dark. Or you're still waiting for confirmation or illumination because what is done in the dark will come to light and what is underneath the surface will rise, right? So that's there, but it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. And then apple, risk and reward. Don't take the bait. Do not bite. Do not make it. Do not say anything just yet. Keep it to yourself just a little bit longer until you are revealed this information. Okay? This last card, the underworld. Once again, the sacredness of pausing, where all things pause and begin again. Take a pause. Let the other shoe drop before you kick the dust. Okay? Let the other shoe drop before you kick the dust. Ghost, regrets, zombie, control, joy, rejoicing in the present moment, and the witch, the earthly weaver of the world. You make everything make sense. No shit. You should already know that, especially if you are a Taurus. Okay. Who's doing readings now? Who is this? You know what I mean? It's so strange. But the Halloween oracle is like, okay, well, it's true though. The earthly weaver of the world. Yes, coming together and making the thing happen. Eternal love, love is love is love, and it transcends physical death. Soul bonds, soul contracts, soul divides. Everything is so much integrated into our lives over generations and gaps of time. It's amazing, but it's also divinely cruel. Hearth, happiness in our hearts and homes. Think bigger. Barn rack, sweetness and synergy. See, sometimes it is about playing nice and realizing that people are playing house. Eternal love, though. No matter what is going on with anybody, between anybody, you still must do what your soul knows you must do. Trick or treat, mischief and play. Lighten up, but also it was in reverse and I chose to pick it up in the upright, but it sat in reverse and I went, whoops, slid it up. Although you should approach this with laughter and light, you also might realize that this is more serious than you give it credit for. I want to put this deck away. Who is this Russian lady? I don't understand why that is coming up first. Oracle. It's the Halloween. I think Coolio getting his one. The Adams, okay, so I'm feeling like Coolio's like cool, got the palm, like I love that. Enjoying the leaf. But I'm hearing the Adams Family theme song. And I feel like that's what he thinks of me. And he's never seen anything like it because once again he's only been dead for about a week, right? Crazy. So back to channel messages real quick before we wrap up, because earlier he requested a blunt and I said later in the night we'll get one. We're getting one right now. So we're going back to Coolio for a second, just because that's what this night was really about, but they were a bit shy. If you rewatch the reading, you'll see like the first hour we're just first hour and a half maybe we're just talking, and then get more into it. Even though there's little messages spread throughout, they were like just to the intensity of like not your average life story, but just like an above average death story or whatever. Like I don't know. There's really no better way to explain it than that. So werewolf exploring wildness, me even testing my limits and testing my boundaries of what I will say and what doesn't need to be said. Thank you so much. And understanding that what I do is not just a gift for me, but it's a gift for other people. It's a gift for the people that I talk to, and it's a gift for the people who get to listen to these conversations, just as much as it's a gift for me to be able to experience this and make this my life. It's been a very beautiful night. It's been quiet. This is the most, and most of the people watching right now are also quiet. And it's been a quiet night, but it's been very fulfilling for me, and it's been very excellent, and I feel like I've learned a lot, and I feel like it was very fulfilling, very wholesome is what I would describe it as. Because not all of the living have met death on such a deep level, but all of the dead have met life on such the depth. That is what I would say. Yep, there goes a cat off. The lamp, remembrance. So make sure at some point in this month, maybe even if you wait until the turn of November, where the first is All Souls Day or Dios de los Muertos, depending on where and when you celebrate or what you celebrate. And then November 2nd is All Saints Day. So it's very much a holy time moving into November. And that's why I do feel like Thanksgiving is very much in spooky season, and I consider spooky season to end Black Friday. So light your candles and say your prayers and do your honors and put up your offers. Build your ofrendas. Okay, you have the whole month ahead of you. Well, no, you have about you got like 3 weeks of October left. And make sure you do it by November. You've got till Thanksgiving. Because come Thanksgiving, you should have realized what or who's important to you and been able to sort through all that and deal with your grief so that you could honor them before the time has passed, when the veil is not so thin and you have to pay people like me to do personal readings instead of talking to them on your own. Okay? So remember to light your candles at some point this month or next month. Owl, why seeing wise action? If you're not loving the way you are acting, then maybe it's the people you are perceiving, and you need to realize that the energies around you are just as important as the energy that you give. 333 on the time, and 6 people viewing. We love to see synchronicities and angel numbers, but what are they trying to tell us, right? Thank you. If you are seeing people doing the things you want to do, then you're in a good room. But if you're seeing people that are doing the things you're trying to stay away from, you need to be in a different room. Okay? Wise seeing, wise action. So if what you are seeing is not what you're aligned with, then you need to be elsewhere. And you need to recognize that it's not just on one factor, but the whole essence. Then we have Night Song, Hidden Talents. Okay. So, I'm Catholic, and growing up, I don't know if it's a Catholic thing, if it's an Italian thing. We did go into that very in-depth earlier, if you want to catch the beginning of the stream. The cardinal represents getting a message from a loved one who has passed on. It's always been that way throughout my life. But in this deck, this Night Song, this cardinal is hidden talents. And so I see this card as a talent that your ancestors have carried on for generations that comes down to you doing it to make your life successful and for you to break some curses and some generational hexes by being the one who steps out and does this thing that is no longer hidden. It's about those hidden talents rising up and being what they need to be. Cauldron, synergy and healing, at the end of it. Again. And vampire, emotional intelligence. Know when someone is trying to drain you and know when someone is looking out for you. This is the underworld again. Keeps coming up. There's definitely someone. Listen, I'm not trying to just advertise myself, but this gift is rare to have. I'm not even going to fucking lie. A lot of people I know, a lot of like the intuitive or psychic readers, a lot of them can talk to dead people. And they can hear the voices. But many of them do not take the calls. A lot of them have not obtained a personal line. Alright? It's a very specialized field. It truly is. It's an ability that many have, but most choose to avoid partaking in. And I just happen to resonate with because I was raised Catholic. So if you need to book a personal reading, then do it. This is not an advertisement. This is like your opportunity. That if you're seeing this message and there's someone that comes to mind when I talk about people, 5555555, then that's on you to talk to them during this month. If you can do it on your own, great. Light a candle, try to connect. If you can't, I do personal readings and I can talk to anybody. It's not just these random entities, okay? Trick or treat, mischief and play. See it as a fun thing. It's glow of darkness, blind spots. If somebody is trying to get a message to come through to you, like on a personal level, rather than these like fun readings that we do of like big name people that we all recognize, the blind spots is that you'll start to see your life taking you in like different corners. It's not taking you in a different direction, it's pushing you into a corner to see something, to receive a message so that you can continue on your path if you don't listen to it the first time. A ghost, regret. Somebody who passed away is trying to express something to you that they regret not doing. Ancestors, the love and legacy of our DNA. Once again, so we saw the eternal love card, love is love is love, and it transcends physical death. And we see ancestors, regret, ghost, remembrance, lamp, night song, hidden talents. There is something that you need to be doing that puts you in the position that you need to be in and will bring you the success that you seek. The underworld, somebody from the other side is trying to communicate that to you. Apple, risk and reward. If you don't take a bite, you'll never know how it tastes, right? Do it. Go for it. Jump. Dive in. That is the overall message. Okay. I'm trying to put these cards away. Is there anything else from anyone else? Got a weird message that I don't really want to say out loud, but it would be funny if I said it out loud and it came true, because then it'd be on record. Hey, it's been a minute since you've been here, David. Shadow message. Just got some cards. I would say they were almost very personal to you, because I literally said, I'm trying to put this deck away, and then a line of cards fell out, and you said, hey gang, so feels like, oh, I totally understand, and I'm really happy to catch up with you on a Saturday night, and I hope that you're doing well. We've been doing a whole bunch of stuff tonight, but right now, currently, this is a shadow self perspective reading. A dark night of the soul journey. Okay, so it's a deeper message of the self that you don't want to address, but the underworld. There's definitely someone maybe who passed away in your life, but for anyone who's watching, because you're not the only one here, but your timing was good, and that's the thing with general messages, is being able to interpret them in a personal way, and that's something that not everyone resonates with on these channels. But before I dive into these, I'm going to take my ad break, because we've discussed the whole 20-minute thing before they do the pre-rolls, so hang in there. Let's dive into this. Shadow self. Think about the part of you that you repress, the darker aspects, the deeper thoughts, the secrets, okay? That's what this is about. So, that being said, give me 60 seconds and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, okay, yeah, no, I know you want a general, but that's not what this month is about. It's Halloween, so we're doing Demon Deck, we're doing Halloween Oracle, and we're doing Cosmic Initiation when we get the chance. Right now, we are deep into the Shadow Self, and the thing is, you want general, but what you get is the Shadow Self. because that's what's important right now, and that's the aspects we need to look at. That's part of the fall of autumn, is we descend into the underworld. We descend into the decay and into where Persephone's went for Hades. Yeah, that's what this is. So we have death. The eternal cycle begins here. This is Scorpio in tarot. This is an oracle deck, and there's only the only two tarot cards in here that I've noticed are strength, which is represented by the skeleton, and death, which is represented by eternal life. And strength in tarot. Thank you, Lumps Princess. Lumpy Space Princess is the only thing I can think of. Oh my god, thanks for the follow. No, but strength is Leo and death is Scorpio in tarot. So this is an oracle deck, but Leo and Scorpio, two fixed signs, which I'm triple fixed, not Leo, Taurus, Aquarius, Scorpio. So I see those very powerfully, but Scorpio season is going to be when things kind of come into full effect, I think, and when we start to really see what's happening and what's going on before us. Because while Libra season is the harvest season, it's like we don't really see it in action until Scorpio season starts, because that's still fall, it's still autumn, until November 21st. So we have to remember that we are still, like, the harvest season is 2 months long. It's not, it begins with Libra season, but it still includes all of Scorpio season. So right now we're like receiving a lot of downloads, understanding and interpreting a lot of information, and like kind of, like you said, getting to know one another. I wanted to address what you said and say thank you, that I tease my silent viewers sometimes, because I do appreciate the camaraderie and the conversation of Twitch, even though lately it's been very difficult because I've had to ban people who have been consistently watching my stream, and it's like, it's almost like they were watching for the wrong reasons, and I'm not necessarily naive, but I give people the chance no matter how toxic they are, because I know what it's like to be toxic and wanting to be loved anyways, and sometimes those are the people who need this channel the most, but even I have my limits, and I know when to ban, so it's been hard. So I appreciate that you're like, oh, I've been sitting back and getting to know you. I truly appreciate that, because sometimes I wonder why I have so many side conversations, or who is listening when it's less interactive, but I understand that, like, not everyone wants to give the time or attention. I'm the one who is committing to streaming, so no one is ever obligated to converse with me. I both appreciate the silent viewers who don't interrupt the messages, and also the people who do want to converse with me and extend or elaborate on the conversation at hand. So I just wanted to go over that real quick, because it really did appreciate that. Vampire, emotional intelligence, knowing who comes to drain and who comes to gain, because that's kind of, I mentioned this a little bit in my stream earlier, where some people come on these tarot streams and they're like, I need a personal reading, blah, 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 blah. You're saying, hey, I'd love like more general, if you're up to it, you know how to speak. You are here to gain. You do want to get insight. You want to gain insight. But like you said, you're patient. You've been paying attention. You've been tuned in. Where some people will go from channel to channel looking for the answer that they've already gotten, but they want it again and again and again. They want more confirmation. They want to see who's legit, and they're waiting to hear a different answer. Okay. And there's a difference between drain and gain. And I feel like I'm pretty good at filtering who's drain and who's gain. But some people whose intention is to drain also are here to gain, and vice versa. But I pretty much gain for gain. I really appreciate the people who tune into this stream so much. And we did that whole, weren't you there for the new moon thing? And now we're already at the full moon, and like we have not had the same group of people. I don't think so at all. I don't mean to say that. Oh, look, maybe my reload player, maybe it's true, maybe you would do, but honestly, that's why you sat back, like you said, you sat back and listened. Yeah, and I wrote stuff down, and I was like, well, if the same 5 people come on the stream at the same time, I'll read what I wrote, but I never usually read that stuff, and I had to ban Pico. Like, it was bad. This week was a lot for people. Part of me wants to unban him and see if he's feeling any better, but also there were so many random weird accounts that popped up after that happened, where like maybe it was bad from the start. Like I it's a crossroads. But a lot has happened, but it's interesting that you say like, oh, I've been just chilling, whatever. Um, but no, it's definitely like I shut it down pretty quick when people come on here and immediately ask instead of like you did, like checking in and actually being human interactions rather than just seeking an answer. As much as you feel like you might be draining, I think part of your lesson right now is the growth and recognizing that once you realize that you might drain people is the same moment where you stop doing it, and we have to then forgive ourselves. And maybe we will bring out the angel intention cards because I feel like we could all use the inspiration right now. The veil, the future. Right now, the veil is thin, and we need to recognize like where we can um, see maybe the future, but also like recognize how our past reflects our present and how that can project our future. We have winter, the sacredness of pausing. Once again, winter to me, it's not that it ends with the new calendar year, but it is like this weird like transition where to like I go my calendar is the zodiac calendar. So where people are like, "Oh my god, it's October, it's the end of the year." I'm like, "Oh, it's Libra season. We're beginning the second half right now." You know what I mean? We're at the start of the third quarter or the second, third. I can't remember how to do math in this moment. 4 and 4, 4. So we're starting the no, it's just the third quarter. Okay, can we not think that much right now? You get what I'm saying? Where it's like I'm just kind of on a different timeline. But I do feel that transitional period during the calendar year where it goes from December to January, and I appreciate their energy just as much as I appreciate Pisces to Aries season. Okay, so there's definitely something to it, but I feel like when we see winter, the sacredness of pausing, despite the fact that we are in autumn right now, I feel like this mile marker of winter is January. And it's not that spring begins, but that is where the pause gets pressed to play again. Okay? We die with the trees and with the animals, with the season, with the snow, with the reason, with the cold, and let it sink in. We freeze, we go over, we hibernate, we roll over, we just give up and let everything go to the wayside for a moment as we sit fireside to be cozy and continue on. With the perspective that maybe movement is less important than we thought it was. Okay? But by January, it'll all kind of make sense, work out, and be what it needs to be already. Okay? Jack-o'-lantern protection. This time is different because this time you have a renegade of angels, and I can say no different. The protection is next level. You have a whole team of people behind you. Cauldron, synergy, and healing, because this is about coming together and healing. This isn't about faking shit. This isn't about sycophants. This isn't about kissing ass. This has never been that. This is about coming together to heal as people. That is so beautiful. We have big jobs and bigger purposes, no matter how small you think this life is reflected in terms of the galaxy or even the planet. It doesn't matter how minuscule you feel in a moment. It's the fact that every second is its own revolution around a clock, around the sun, around a frequency or an atom. Bottom of the deck, Skull of Flowers, creating through the ashes, and what fell out is Cauldron, Jack-o'-lantern, and Winter in reverse in a sense. So it's like, what's the alternative if we don't? A shitty spring, I'll tell you that much. Come together right now over me. We're going to have John Lennon's birthday part 2 tonight. I don't know if it's really going to be John Lennon intensive, but we'll check the guest list. Next weekend, we're going to do comedy. I think we're going to have Betty White, Joan Rivers, Robin Williams, Richard Pryor. I'm not really sure. It's going to be next weekend, probably Saturday Night Live style. We'll see who's open on Friday, but it's going to be a good time. All of October is going to be like this. Yeah, it is going to be very fun. a lot of cards are coming out in reverse, and so I think it's just like a reminder to be yourself and be wild and realize that maybe not every bond needs to come to fruition. I don't know. I'm getting a headache. I want to put these cards away. Somebody is not dealing with their shadow self at all. Somebody is not recognizing their own accountability. Somebody is not being completely aware of who they are and how they have an effect on things, and lack empathy. The key word is lacking empathy. So maybe if you're dealing with somebody or something, a card fell on the floor, and honestly, I'm going to leave it there. And I don't even care what it is. I'm not going to check. I'm going to fucking leave it there because honestly, it's where it belongs. It's just in a distance, face down, far away. We'll figure it out in a few days because while some people can go with the tides or the changes of an astrological calendar, others need to go at their own pace. I want to put this deck away. They're noisy today. They have a lot to say. Authenticity and money change. Ugh. Spider. Yeah, John Lennon. It is his fucking birthday. I guess I have to let him. I started singing that song. It seems only fair that I let him talk. Ladies and gents, let's run 8 minutes of John Lennon. It's his birthday after all. I'm hearing that song. Okay. We all know me. I never really got that into the Beatles, and now I'm more into like Dear Prudence Across the Universe style stuff. So I'm hearing Come Together, and it's not necessarily what I'm versed on. Here come on, flat top, he come grooving up slowly. He got choo-choo eyeballs, he washed Coca-Cola, he got feet down below his knees. One thing I can tell you is he's so hard to please. Come together right now over me. That song is stuck in my head. And I don't listen to that song. And that's because between Happy Birthday, John. Thank you. Oh my God, I forgot it was the new moon in Aries. It's the Hunter's moon. And it was like 3 a.m. Pacific time or Mountain time. I don't even remember now. Holy shit, I was not thinking about that. And it's funny how earlier I randomly was like, I think I'm going to do a twin flame reading. And the last time I literally did see my suspected twin flame was the Aries full moon Hunter. Full moon. Hunter's full moon in Aries 3 years ago. So brilliant. I love that you just brought that up. Remember to release some things. So yeah, John Lennon's birthday. We did DMX, Coolio, Agatha Christie earlier. We're going to pick up Agatha Christie's story later in November when we talk more about my own abduction before we talk about her abduction. I'm really glad Coolio mentioned that he was very curious about Agatha Christie in his lifetime, and that's why we decided to talk to her this evening. But it is John Lennon's birthday. We had this whole coffee drink. It's a thing. You should watch the replay for sure, but we're going to keep it moving. So that song, it's not really what I like about the Beatles, but why did that come up? Come together right now over me. Because he predicted things, and he never really sold himself to be a psychic. That was the thing. That's the thing about being a musician, is that you can hide it or code it into music and song and dance, and it never is anything, and nobody accuses you of knowing or not knowing. But just being talented, or being great, or being beautiful, or being whatever the fuck people wanted you to be in the moment, rather than being like the affondant. I don't know what that means. What is an affondant? I feel like it's an actual French word, perhaps. I don't know. Let me check. Fondant? Not fondant. Fondant. Nope. I think just the only thing that comes up is fondant. And a restaurant. Japanese? I don't know what that's about. Okay, I guess it's irrelevant. Anyways, I'm hearing like, okay, it's not a glitch in the matrix, it's a glitch mob. So like whatever glitch mob is in this reality, like pertains to like a different connection of like what a glitch mob is, where it's like a wave or group of people who come in to disrupt the flow of things just because. It's almost like the organization behind the randomness of chaos, where when things go well is when chaos rears its head and disrupts things to see if it can shake up the timeline or destiny. And people who are committed, or what is written in stone already, is what's going to proceed and become, whereas the things that are unsettled, unfinished, uncertain get shaken up and are removed or somehow reversed necessarily, because the ends of the earth. Very strange. Maybe that is what I meant. Good call. Is that a word? An offender. Yeah, he was enough. Well, that's true. John Lennon was enough and done. He was very abusive. Like, everybody knows that. And he's like, my reputation was too good for who I really was, you know? Oddly enough, y'all, every time I close my eyes, I feel too drunk, even though when I open them, I don't feel that drunk. But then I close my eyes to channel messages. But then it's like, oh my God, we ingested all that alcohol. I might have to call it for the night. I ain't even gonna lie. I either need to take like a long break and readjust myself. I think I might just call it for the night. I think I might be done. I think I need to go relax a little bit. I feel like all the messages have come out. We're gonna do more readings later in the evening. It's not that I overdid it last night, but man, last night was so cool. Thank you. There's so many people who say the same thing to me, and there's always someone, and it's always the purple font. It feels like, because usually it's Source, but Source has not reared themselves this evening, and you have in purple, no less. I love that for me. Um, yeah, like I was only partaking in the spirits to celebrate the birthday, and then John Lennon was our closer, and I even said that earlier. Like, this is literally what was meant to be. I really appreciate your energy. You do always come in at the very end, and it's so funny because like gracefulness and gratefulness, because I'm all about the Grateful Dead, and we know that. So, I love all of you so much. This is so much fun for me, and I'm really happy that this is my job, and you have been Lime Green. Lime Green's a wild card. You're probably mutable energy. I need to know all of your birthdays. Like, David, I don't remember if you're a Libra, if you're just dealing with a Libra. You're both Libras from the Donnie Darko conversation. And Ninja, I feel like you told me. And Wilston, I didn't even really ask. March 14th, so you're a fucking Pisces, no shit. My whole fucking channel is Pisces. Welcome to the fucking pit. Yes, okay, you're a Libra. Interesting. Okay, thank y'all. Let me, oh God. Let me roll this, ad break, even though, no, I'm just gonna go. I'm so, yeah, Pi Day. Oh my God, Todd, is that you? I'm kidding. Okay, I gotta go to bed, y'all. I do. It's like the exact 4-hour mark, very unlike me. Sometimes my streams will be like fucking 8 hours, but the channel messages do kind of take more out of me, and it feels twice as long for what I do and half the time. So because I went so long last night, oh, I love that. I really love that. Those are all pretty decent placements. I appreciate them. Do catch in on the reading that was, but yeah, y'all, I gotta go to sleep. I love you all so much. Thank you. Please join. Yes, I love to dream, and I also love sleeping when everyone else is awake. Yeah. Thank you for catching me before we all go to sleep. But oh my gosh, 10 viewers is like max tonight. Unfortunately, I'm leaving. I'm about to roll that 3 minute long ad though, because get that money, honey. I don't care if you watch it, but listen, it's bedtime. I love you all so much. Thank you for tuning in. We're gonna be back tomorrow. John Lennon's birthday, round 2. We'll see if I have any special guests. We might just do a twin flame reading and talk more stories. But in the meantime, mwah, I love you all. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. Good night, good luck, sweet dreams, all that stuff. And I cannot wait to see you and connect with you once again. Good night. And thank you. I don't have Spotify, but I hope that someone will listen. I love you all. Amen.